Hey, how's everyone doing? Busy day, and it's not over yet. It's going to be a late night. Hopefully we get some people in here. Let's see. We got me commenting. Don't know. Everybody's busy right now, probably, or eating dinner or doing something. So we're chatting with Brian from Flower Street on the old cellular phone, and just keeping busy today. So if you're in here, say hi so we know who's here, and we'll talk one-to-one and one to however many come, or if anybody comes. Maybe nobody gets notifications. Maybe I've been live too many times today. So what do we have happen today? I went. Hey, thanks for joining. I went and got a swarm this morning, first thing, like right when I first got up, went and got the swarm. Then came back and set the yard up because I have Mark Andrews from Sourwoods Branch Bee Farms is bringing me some nukes, and he will be here in, I don't know, 2.5 hours or so. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So I figured I'd go live a little bit earlier. And, see what's going on. And, we could talk beekenomics. So that's one of my favorite topics, that's what I should have called it, the beekenomics chat. And, hey, Lisa. So, making money with your bees. I mean, we've been talking about it for 2 years. And hey, Chris, we've been talking about it for 2 years. And now, Stream Team's been talking about it a little bit this year. Nathan at Duck River Honey did a whole series on it this year. And, guys, this is not bragging. This is hard work is what this is. I want to show you. So, a few weeks ago, I cleaned out my little stash, my honey money, right? Started as honey, selling honey. Then we went to selling queens and selling nukes and whatnot. And I bought nukes to to flip, right? Well, they're not really nukes. They're more like packages, like 3-frame nukes. And I did that and I flipped them. So I wanted to share with you guys. I cleaned out all my honey money when I got the nukes. Okay. When I bought those nukes, I cleaned out all my honey money, right? That was a thing. And I've got more nukes coming tonight. I just sold a nuke a minute ago. Somebody came and picked it up and they want another one. They're coming back next weekend, next Saturday, 6 o'clock, same time as tonight, to get another nuke, and they'll be ready. And I haven't advertised. I might have posted it on Facebook once, one post, and then I'll just share the same post again. So the ability to make money with bees is there. You sometimes have to be creative in doing it. Larimore, glad you came on. The guy that just bought the nuke from me works for Tractor Supply, and he said the Tractor Supply in Florence had all of their they're not going to sell beekeeping supply stuff anymore, but they had all of their beekeeping stuff 75% off, and they still had some stuff over there. So you might want to check that out if you can. You might be able to save some money. But back to the story. So initially, it cost me $2,000 to buy my nukes. $2,000 right there. This is what I'm giving Mark for the next nukes that are coming. However, this is all money in surplus of that. So I've been able to grow my bees by making splits off those nukes that are getting too big, grow my bees, make some cash, have enough to buy some more. If I don't sell another nuke out there, which I already know I got one sold, but if I don't sell any of those, I've just grown by 20 nukes that essentially I didn't have to pay for. So there's ways to do things where you can generate an income, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, I've got a few more, but all of this, guys, last year I did not work at all until October. All year, all I did was Uber a few nights a week to make my truck payment, insurance, and cell phone. That's it. So there are plenty of opportunities. You just have to find that opportunity in your environment, whether it's through Facebook, finding, finding what people are looking for. Yes, pretty much. But it's a little bit different than that because what I buy the packages for is cheaper than what you would pay for a package. And I'm getting 3 frames of drawn comb, right? With a laying queen, brood, and frames. So I'm putting 2 frames with it, empty frames, slapping the feed on them, letting them draw that comb out, let the brood hatch, and within a couple weeks, they're ready to go. They're filled up in the box and ready to go. And it's been, is there ways to make more money? Absolutely. Absolutely. If my colonies would have been as strong as they are right now, and as many as I have right now, as in the beginning of the year, is that, because I've grown, if I would have had at the beginning of the year what I've got right now, then that wouldn't have cost me anything. I would have been able to just split out of my own and do it that way, the more traditional way. And still you would have to come up with a queen, right? Or they would have to make a queen and stuff like that. But there's definitely, I'm wiggling my desk, sorry. But there's definitely ways to do things to where you can, even if you bought 5 and made 5, you could still double your money. And mine just started with profits off of honey. And this is none of this money that I've done that with has been anything from swarm lure or anything like that has gone to that. It's all been off of the honey money to just flipping that honey money, right? Take the honey money, buy queens, sell the queens, make a profit on the queen, and then just keep finding different ways to matriculate that money, kick the can down the road, if you will. I typically use the stuff that I get from website sales to buy more stuff for the website, to buy frames, stuff that I use my card for. This is all stuff that I, cash money that I've been flipping around. So it's not not like a big thing. It's just been one of those good days. Whether the virgin queens and all that, that's a great way to make extra money. Queen cells are probably the easiest way. You just don't make that much money on them. So you got to have a lot of them. And so, that's a big thing. I don't know if any of you watched my swarm capture video this morning. It was kind of long. I apologize. But all my live videos go long. So, that's not a problem. But I used my spray that I got on the market or, on the website for pre-order. And it'll come in a little bottle like this. And I'm thinking, what do you guys think? Should I throw in an extra label so you can slap that label on your spray bottle when you mix it at home? I think so. That might be a good thing. So I'll probably, when you get this, it'll have a label on the bottle, and then I'll put an extra label in the pack so you can put it on your squirt bottle. And I think that'll be a good little deal. But it was pretty effective. I mean, I shook that swarm down. They went back to that branch. I shook them down again. Then I sprayed my stuff on there, and they didn't go back to that branch anymore. Hopefully somebody clicks that link and joins me. And I'm not just talking to the chat box, because nobody in the chat box is talking to me. And we can, I'm going to be working bees in the dark. In the dark. That'll be an interesting thing. Interesting tonight. So it's going to be one of them fun times. Hey, Michael, good to see you. And going to be able to see how that goes, loading nukes into boxes in the dark. Probably get stung to hell, I'm imagining. It's going to be impossible to see the queen because I'm not shining a flashlight on her. So we're going to have to be getting done quick on that. And so, yeah, it's just been a long, busy day. Have you guys had it? I saw Steve from Daisy's Honey. He had like 2 or 3 swarms today. One he had to vac because it was so spread out on a tree trunk. So he was vacuuming that one. And then he used a swarm rustler on the other 2 to catch them. And that's worked for him. Nobody want to click the link tonight? This evening? Brad made a dozen splits. Awesome. Has anyone heard from James? I haven't heard from him today. So hopefully he's all doing well. Let me see if I see anything over there. I don't see a text or anything from him. It was supposed to rain here today, but it didn't. Did not rain today. I don't know what's going on. Amazon. The bear came back last night too. He's not scared of your electric fence, or is your electric fence not working correctly? Your bear fence. Well, someone click the link. Come on now. Otherwise, it's going to be short. It's going to be a short stream if nobody comes in. I don't see DC hadn't shown up. He's been late to the last couple. But in all fairness, it's like, all right, cool. Fence is working better. Maybe you won't have that problem anymore. And the what you call it? Oh crap! But there's a. It's just been busy. It's only like 4 o'clock or 4:50 and out in the West Coast. So those guys are probably either still out there working bear steaks. You can get them. What, you guys don't have to have a permit to shoot bear if it's on your property, right? Is that the rule in Canada? And I haven't, like I said, I haven't heard from James today, so I don't know how the fires are doing, if they got evacuated. I'm probably, not high on the list in his things to do at this moment. And to be honest with you, I didn't reach out to him because I figured he was busy today. So I'm just patiently waiting my bees to arrive. And when they do, I'll go out there and okay, cool. You tested it yourself? You probably got the tester, man. Don't pull my leg. Charlie probably doesn't know we're live. Or he might be cutting the rug tonight. Let me see. I'll send Charlie a message. Brian knows. Let me see. He says he's got some nukes going out next week. Let's see. See, Charlie. Let me see. We'll put Charlie might be eating dinner too, because it's only, it's 8 o'clock, so close to 8. Steve, the man of the hour. Come on in, Steve. Click the link. I want to hear about your escapades today. And see how that went for you. Because you were a busy man today. Busy as I was. I was out all day yard in the lawn, or out in the apiary. All right, Chris, have a good one, buddy. Hope you find something. Something golden. You could have just edited beeps over everything. It'd have made it funny. Beep, 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 beep. And that would have been pretty hilarious. Hey, my brother. What's up, Steve?
Tired.
You've been out there in the heat today?
It wasn't that, about 70 degrees, but long hours. 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
It was the first warm day you had this year?
Yes.
And the bees decided they wanted to move out on you.
Right in front of me.
So obviously you sent me some video clips and I put them up, but tell us what happened. I mean, what was going on?
Well, I went in the yard to mark my queens. I had a lot of nukes that I was making, so I was going to mark the queens. By the time I marked my second queen, I seen a swarm coming out of one of my double hives. So I watched it, and it was going to the bushes. And I have a swarm trap about 20 feet away. I said, let me spray with Bob's spray. and I sprayed it. They made a U-turn, went right to the spray, and they covered the whole box. Within seconds.
Did it surprise you? Where you're like, holy crap?
I was hoping it would happen. Because I didn't want to go into the bushes and get ticks all over me.
Right.
I sweep them off the box.
So you ended up sweeping them off the box, but it made it much easier to catch.
Oh, 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Hey, Keith, good to see you. And then you had another swarm, a smaller swarm.
I had a small swarm went under a swarm box. So I put a nuke box under it, and I put your spray in there, and it went right to it. I almost saw the video. They started walking right to your box. They were by themselves. I didn't do anything. I just left the box there, and they filled the box.
So you're saying it works like I said it would.
It works better.
I try to be a little bit humble about it because
then I had a third swarm.
I saw the third swarm, but you had to vacuum that one. You said.
Oh yeah, because it was in a big. In my yard. I got 2 pine trees. When I saw the yard, they were like 2 feet tall. Now they're 30 feet tall. So
right.
The swarm went into the main frame of the tree.
On the trunk.
On the trunk, of course.
And
I'm telling you, when I got done, it was over 10 pounds of bees.
That was probably the one that took the longest to get because you had to vacuum.
And then I filled the basket up, dumped it, filled it up, dumped it, filled it up, dumped it. And I waited, half hour each time to let them settle back in. And then they moved to the other side of the tree, lower, and I vacuumed them up. I still got bees there, and I put a nuke there. We'll see what happens.
Did you find the queen?
It's just too many bees to even look.
To even see her, she probably got vacuumed in.
It's in a double deep right now. That so many bees, double deep.
That's crazy.
And I locked them up, so they'll be there when I get there tomorrow. They're locked up.
Well, hey, I'm glad that's working. You were busy. You probably didn't see my live my little swarm catch I caught today.
I saw a little bit of it when I was taking a break.
And
I gotta take a break once in a while.
And did you see I used the new stuff, the new spray on the
Yes, I did.
branch, and it stopped. They didn't go back to that branch at all.
My problem is, as I vacuum, there's still thousands of bees there. I'll be spraying the bees. They didn't clear it. It's nice. You shake off all the bees, then spray it, and they won't come back. But they were constantly there. They're there right now, I bet. I'm going to go look. I got enough bees. That one swarm, it's going to make me 3 or 4 nukes. Easy.
Right. Well, I saw the picture you sent me was the whole trunk was just like
unbelievable.
Covered.
All the way wrapped around.
They weren't even like clustered. They were just, they were clustered because there were so many of them, but it would look like the bark of the tree.
Well, I put the first deep without frames, and I filled it 3/4 of the way up with bees. So I had to put another deep up there with frames.
And you had the picture on Facebook. I saw it. Let me see if I can, because the video I posted was a little bit grainy, but
I emailed you the pictures. I figured it'd come out better if I email it to you.
Did you? I didn't. I don't see the email.
I'll send it again.
Let me see.
The video's good.
Daisy's Honey Agricultural Cooperative. So he even gave him a product a shout out. I'll share. Let me share this over here. The highly successful models like the Thunderbird and the Mustang. And I'm gonna give that full screen. Well, it's still. Oh, I remember as a kid when that was the first one.
That's the first one.
Broke flight during.
I actually sent you the video where they were going to the bushes.
Yeah, that's the one that I posted all 3 of those videos you sent me on YouTube.
Okay.
And that was the shout out. And you didn't have the other one. The one on the branch.
It should be up there.
Ford's legacy is secured by one of his
on your page.
Yes. There it is.
today. Henry Ford's great grandson, William Clay Ford Jr., is expected to chairman of the
That's over 10 pounds of
I
beef.
gotta use a vacuum for.
largest shareholder. I mean, I think the
That's huge.
I mean, it was.
I love the swarm.
Long.
Way up there.
I haven't personally seen a swarm that big yet.
That came out of nuke boxes.
This I gotta use a vacuum for.
Out of nukes?
Yeah, it was a triple nuke. And I took 2 splits out of that already this
I
year.
love the swarm. Way up there.
That's a lot of bees.
This I gotta use a vacuum for.
Let's see. That was that one. Yeah, and that's the video. That's what you had on Facebook.
Yes, that's it.
So that's so you put in the work today. How's your knees doing?
Terrible.
All that, I was about to say, after all that, I know. And my back usually gets sore after a while. Right now, it doesn't feel that bad, but it, you know, I was trying to, when I started the stream, talk about ways to make money. Even if you're a smaller beekeeper, there's ways that you can generate money to pay for your equipment, pay for different things, you know. And it's not a brag thing. It's not like I'm trying to say, oh, look at how much money I made, because in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money, but it's enough money to be able to do some things with. But you got to, you know, kind of be diligent when you sell honey. If you sell a $10 bottle of honey, you can't go buy a $10 lottery ticket, right? So you gotta kind of stash it and use it as you need it, or I pretty much just let that build up until I need something and then I buy it. And that's kind of one of those things. Like I've got, he never did call me. I ended up calling him, but he's on his way up from Florida, but he's not gonna be here till 10 o'clock tonight. So I was at my getting that swarm, and my Sam, South Carolina Happy Bees, called me. He says, hey, do you have a nuke? And I'm like, yeah, I've got some nukes, and if not, I could probably put one together, you know, if I needed to add some brood or something to, or frame of food or something just to one of these nukes out here, I could, and I could make a nuke. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna tell this lady, because she's gonna call you, and they want to come get one today. And I asked her, I said, well, do you have a box? Well, I've got a 10 frame box. Well, I said, no, do you have a nuke box? No. So, okay, well, I've got it in a pro nuke. So if you want the pro nuke, it's 200. And if you don't want the pro nuke, it's 185. And she said, well, yeah, we'll take the pro nuke. We'll just do that. And so I sold it. You know, I didn't have to transfer it. But my thing is, if I'm moving it to their equipment and they don't have what I consider to be the right equipment, I try to explain to them that, you know, okay, so if you bring a 10 frame box, it's great, but then you're going to bring a bottom board and an inner cover and a lid and empty frames, right? So now we got a 5 frame nuke in your 10 frame box, and you've got to now attach, you got to seal off the entrance, you got to, you know, secure the bottom board to the brood box and the lid on, so when you're going down the road, it's not flinging all over the back and you got bees flying everywhere. It's just like, yeah, we better go ahead and get the nuke box. So
$15, good price too.
Yeah, I lost $5 on that one, basically based on the box, you know, but whatever, you know, that's their first bees ever. And I asked them, I said, well, do you have any other colonies? Well, no. I said, well, I know this is going to sound salesman-y. I said, but it doesn't matter to me. But most people recommend, if you're starting to beekeep, at least get 2 or 3 colonies so you can, you know, play the whole, I need to take brood over here and move it back and forth and all that stuff. And And they say, okay, well, we'll come back next Saturday and get another one. Well, I got some coming tonight, so I've already started selling those, right? So, so it's just a constant thing. Now, the ones you're giving me, they're not even going into, they're going in 10 frames. They're just going to be my part of my bees. That's what it's going to be. So, so those are they're gonna have a special spot.
I'm gonna get you one of my swarms.
I'll take the 10-pounder.
I can't pick up. It's a double now. I can't pick it up.
Yeah, and they get heavy. And I tried to explain to them. I said, "Well, be ready." I said, because you start off with 2, and next thing you got 50 out here, and they're like, "Well, I don't know about that." And I'm like, "Oh, I know about it, because bees do 2 things well, right? They make bees and make honey. They do that perfectly. So you're going to get to the point to where you're going to have bees and nothing to do with them. So you either have to buy equipment or you have to sell them, or, give them away or something. And it's just a constant thing. So, oh yeah, my painful spot is on the inside of my legs. They always like to get me on the inside of legs, Steve. Painful sting spot.
Well, I had a plumber butt today, and they got me.
Did you get a butt? Oh, in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I got to have my belt cinched tight, or they get me back there too. So, so how long have you been keeping bees now, Steve?
About 15 years.
15 years. And how many did you start out with?
3.
3 colonies. And you were at 100 last year. I'm not sure where you're at this year.
Actually, I was over 100. I was 100 in my main yard.
Where are you at now?
Well, I sold 31 nukes already.
Okay, but
32. I sold 32 nukes so far.
You sold 30?
I'm around about 70 right now, 60 to 70.
But you're going to have to, judging by those swarms, some of those are going to have to be split
Well,
again.
I got 10 already sold, but they're not ready to be delivered. They're kind of weak.
That's the...
This is lousy. This is the worst year I remember in 15 years.
For weather-wise?
Weather's terrible. It rained for 2-3 weeks in a row, almost every day.
And, well, it was supposed to rain here today, but the weatherman got it wrong again. And it turned out to be a nice day.
This
And
will be a great week for New York. We're going to have a great week.
I don't think we got any more coming soon. But, it's been kind of mild temperatures, only in the 70s. And at night, it was like 46 on Friday, morning. I'm not sure what it was this morning when I got up. But when I got to the swarm at 8:30, they were still clustered tight on that branch. They weren't flying and, scouting and everything. And I actually left a swarm trap out at the church. And the same thing, I sprayed my lure on it, and immediately bees flying in and out of it. And of course, there were scouts flying around probably from the swarm looking for a spot. And let me see. I actually did like a promo shot. If I can get to my photos here. Can I blow it up? Maybe. So you see there, I set up a break and set my lure there, and there's bees going in right away to check it out.
Nice.
So nice little photo there. But yeah, it's just kind of been a fun season so far. And I'm excited because at this, I'm excited and worried, to be honest with you, because right now I've got all of my medium frames that I have are on colonies. Every medium frame I've got is on a colony right now. I think maybe not, maybe one box not worth not, but everything else is out there. And deeps, I need deep frames, and so that's a thing. But now I've got these nukes coming that are going to need deep boxes, right? So now that's an issue for me. I've still got like maybe 4 boxes of deep out there, so I got enough right now. But it's getting to that point to where I've got all of my equipment is starting to get filled up, which is a good problem because I've never had that problem since the first year I was beekeeping. I've always had more equipment than I've had bees. Now I'm getting to where I have more bees than I have equipment. So I'm flip-flopping. I didn't think I would get to that point this year, but looks like it's going to happen. So that's right now, knock on wood. That's a good thing. So I need to find some frames because I can't keep going to the bee store and them saying, oh, we don't have any. We're waiting on a shipment. I'm like, that's your livelihood. Boxes and frames. How do you run out of boxes and frames if you're at a bee store? That's the 2 things that every beekeeper has to have, boxes and frames. How do you run out? I don't know.
I got plenty of frames. I got drawer frames too.
You got what?
Drawer up frames, drawer laid out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got plenty of stuff.
See, I'm just the opposite. I need about I probably could use, and I'm taking into account my 2 framers, my 5 framers, all of that. I probably need a couple hundred frames at least, probably 4 or 5 boxes of plastic frames, deeps, and there's no supplier. I've got one bee store here local, which is 20 miles away, but I can't, they never have my frames. So I'm going to have to order them, which means I got to get them shipped. It's time, blah, 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 all that stuff. The shipping is the main thing. And if you order them from Man Lake, they jack the price up high enough to cover the shipping, but I don't know if it's, their frames are much higher. Like
Man,
a dollar
really went downhill the last couple of years.
Well, I don't know if you watched last night. We were talking about these feeders, and on the feeder, Man Lake sells the feeder that comes with a lid when you buy the feeder, but they separate them and make you have to pay $1 for the lid and then $11 for the feeder. So it's like, that doesn't make any sense either, other than they just want to make an extra buck on every feeder they sell, So it's just a constant thing. So now it's like, well, I'm going to have to order frames. It's got to happen this week. I got to order them. I got to get them. I don't have any choice. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to have bees building wacky comb everywhere if I just have like 5 frames. And that's the reason why, guys, like this concentrate, that's why I'm selling it in the small bottle. So you're not paying for 64 ounces of water, right? This is easy to ship, but when you start shipping big spray bottles, now you're paying the weight, bigger packaging, it costs more. So selling the product like this makes more sense. Just making sure these ain't leaking, but yeah, so trying to keep the cost down on everything is difficult. And I mean, I can buy stuff at wholesale, but I have to have it shipped from California. So then the shipping kind of puts that price right back up, right? So that's kind of, I guess I'm just going to have to do it, man. It's just what it's got to be. It's got to be. And we're going to make it happen. But it's just been fun as far as the entrepreneur side of beekeeping, to where, yep, beekeeping's a hobby. It's great, but it's still nice that you can make it offset the cost or help pay for itself, How much honey did you get last year, Steve?
Well, I wasn't really looking for honey because the year before I got stuck with so much honey. So I got about 1,800 pounds last year.
1,800 pounds, and you sell it all. Well, you said last year you got stuck with honey.
Well, from the year before, I did 2,500 pounds.
But you downsized too a little bit
I
last year.
did downsize it again. But I just got some bad news yesterday. What happened was last year, for the first time, the town about 8 miles from here had a cheese festival. And I dealt with them before for other church things. And they said, "Can you sell your honey?" I said, "Nah, I don't want to sell it. I want to sell it." So 2 days before the festival, I said, "Okay, I'll sell my honey." So I figured I'll sell 60 pounds, 100 pounds. So I bottled 240 pounds of honey. I went down there with my grandson. We set up. It's actually on my webpage. In 3.5 hours, I sold 240 pounds. I sold out.
In 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours, $2,400. Sold out. I was selling. I had display honey that was 3 years old with ribbons on it. I was selling those. Everybody wanted the honey. I could. So this year, I plan I'll bring maybe 1,000 pounds with me. But now I found out they're having the festival the day I'm leaving on a cruise, so I can't do it.
Oh man, I would have to hire somebody to go sit up there.
I want to see if I can talk my son into doing it.
Don't talk and just tell him, "Hey man, I need you to do this for me," because it's a big thing.
Well, I got a friend of mine who has bees. I'll ask him if he wants to do it.
I'm just trying to somehow, since the state says I can do 4,800 pounds legally before being inspected. I'm trying to get close to that. If I can get close to the 4,800 pounds at some point in the future, it won't happen this year. But if I could get it to that point, then, it's 50 grand if I sell it all, type of deal. So
people don't realize how much work there is for that honey. It's a lot of work and effort and expense.
A lot of work, right? And then you got to be able to bottle that much honey too.
For 15 years, I've been selling for $10 a pound. I just went up to $12 this year, because last year I went to my town had a festival, and a friend of mine, he sells every year. He was selling $15 a pound. He couldn't keep it on the table. He couldn't keep it on for $15 a pound. He sold, I don't know how much he sold. I was getting sick. He was selling so much honey, and I'm selling for $10.
So, Larimore, that's kind of a trick question. So last year, how many? I don't even remember how many colonies I had, because I was doing everything kind of. I was getting queens. I was making splits. I was selling nukes, selling queens. I was constantly, my numbers were fluctuating on the number of colonies I had. Last year, I ended up with about 550 pounds of honey, right in that area. So I'm going to say probably on average, the colonies I had probably made about 35 pounds. About one medium is what on average, right? Even the smallest one on up. So I'm going to say probably 35 pounds. If I can get 35 pounds off of every single colony I have this year, well, now I'm getting up into Steve's range. I'm getting into 12 to maybe 1,500 pounds of honey. I've got some colonies out there that got 4 supers on them. Some of them got 3. Some of them just got their first one. So, but the flow's just starting, right? And they're just starting to grow into their box. So, hopefully, no, not hopefully, this is what's going to happen. I'm speaking into existence. So my main thing is this year, fill my boxes, get my comb drawn out, because once the comb's drawn out, your honey production should, if you can keep that from getting wax moth, should start moving up, right? Because they're not having to use that resource to draw the wax, and all they have to do is fill it and cap it. A lot easier on them, right? They can fill it faster because they're not drawing out comb. So that's kind of the philosophy I'm trying to employ. This year, I put the drawn comb that I have on my strong colonies so they can fill it up quick Once they fill it up, I'm going to start pulling it off and extracting it. I'm going to give that comb to my smaller colonies so they don't have to draw that wax out, and give my foundation to my stronger colonies that can draw the comb out quicker. So that's the idea. Will it work that way? Hell, I don't know. We're gonna see, you know. But wax is definitely a problem for me right now. Drawn comb and foundation, having frames and comb right now is a problem. And depending on how many of these nukes I end up with, it could be then boxes. You know, it's the constant cycling of boxes and everything else. So we're gonna try to rock and roll it and do what I can. See, if I've been doing it for 15 years like Steve over here, who's got like probably a whole warehouse full of drawn comb sitting back there.
A freezer full of honey too.
I've got some in the refrigerator that I could, and it's about a box. I need to go ahead and just pull it out, spin it, and give it to them. But I've been doing everything else.
I have an option. I could give it to the bees, or I could spin it out for me.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I need to spin it out because I'm running low on honey, and that way I can give them the frames back. They can fix them up, fill them up, and do it all over again, right?
How did James make out last night?
I haven't heard anything back from James. And to be honest with you, I didn't call him. I could send him a text. Maybe he'll answer that. I don't know what he's doing. Hopefully everything's good with him, but I think the fires are still going crazy over there. They will spray some sugar water on them out of a squirt bottle. They'll go up there. Let's see, James. Let me see. Everything okay there? I'm gonna send him that and see if he comes back to me. But the other thing is with the plastic frames, night and day difference whether you roll wax on them or you just put them in with the or if you just put them in out of the box. If you put them in out of the box, they're kind of hit or miss on whether they draw them out good or not. Talking about your jackalope.
It's not a jackalope. It's a 7-pointer. You talking about that one?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about on the chat there. You waxed them, they'll do it. Once they get big enough, or did you pull a frame? Well, I don't know. Are they both deeps or one deep and a medium? That sometimes will make a difference. If you're both deep, then pull a frame up in the top and they'll have to come up there and draw it out. I took that triple deep nuke I had today and moved it to a double 10 frame this afternoon because I needed the nuke box for the nukes that are coming tonight. So I'm not interested in not real interested in working bees in the dark, but it's gonna happen tonight, by God. It's gonna happen today. So it'll be a first for me to be in the total dark working bees. Let me see. Morgan said he put a second honey super on a 210 frame highs today. Cool. I've got some of my honey supers are pretty heavy already. I need to do the shake test and probably pull them out, spin them, and give them back because I'm having to ration.
No honey here at all yet. Nothing.
No nectar at all yet.
Just enough to feed the babies.
I put some syrup on my small nukes today, and the swarm. It's still locked up. I haven't unlocked them yet. Give them a day or two, and then let them out. You know. And the other thing is with these nukes, I don't have any screen cut to go in there their entrance, so they're going to go straight in. And when light comes out tomorrow, they're going to be able to fly. So I don't know what's going to happen. It might be crazy out there tomorrow. Oh, I'm gonna love it. I bet. Hey, Andrew, the creator of Apis Biologics, in the chat, y'all. Good to see you. So we're I'm on day 2 smoke free.
Again, good boy.
Trying again. Hey, we got Lisa.
Hey,
Hey, Lisa, how's it going?
it's going. I had to disappear for a little bit.
You been
It called. Huh?
You been busy today?
I have been gardening all day, laying down weed barrier and transplanting and spraying for bugs, digging grubs and feeding the chickens. Hey, I put a comment on there. I didn't know if you saw it or not. If you're gonna be working bees in the dark, you got a red heat lamp for your chicken brooder.
Yeah.
Get you an extension cord and you got red light.
It's gonna be interesting, I'll tell you that much, because I got that street light, that big pole that hangs up there. It's got a light. So
yeah, I got one of those.
We can see a little bit, but the bees can see it too. So they're gonna love that.
But if you put that red light, then they probably won't know the difference.
I got a headlamp that's got one of those you strap on your head that's got a red light on it.
Well, there you go.
But
what are you going to be doing in the dark anyway? Moving them?
No, the nukes that I ordered are coming up tonight. Well, I call them nukes. They're not really nukes. They're basically 3-frame packages, right? It's got the same amount of bees as a package, but they're coming on 3 frames with a queen. So I'm taking it out of a 3-frame box and putting it in a nuke box with 2 blank frames. And
yeah, they're not gonna like that.
If they're like the last ones that came, they were pretty packed in that in the box. They were tight and hard to get out. So
yeah.
So hopefully it goes better. Well, last time was fine. It was just we were in daylight. It was still a little bit of daylight, and we could see the queens, right? We could find the queen. It's going to be dark. We're not going to be able to find the queen. Marked or not, we're not going to be able to find her. So we're going to just be a wing and a prayer. And I got 20 wooden nukes set out there. And we're just going to let her rip and see what happens. But the good thing was I'm able to use with those nukes. I took my, when I first started, I was doing foundationless, right? I was just doing the fishing line in it. And in the nuke box, I don't care. If it had wax moth damage, I just cut the comb out, throw the blank in there with the fishing line, or without it. It didn't even matter. If it don't have it, they'll figure it out as long as it's got that wax starter strip on it. And oh, he's watching. Hey, Mark, if you're going to leave the boxes, then we don't even have to work them. I can put them in tomorrow morning. That would be even more awesome. Maybe it would be awesome. It'll still be bees flying everywhere, not knowing where home is yet, right? So it'll be fun. Whatever. We'll figure it out. I got the boxes that Tucka brought up here last time. I can give those back to you too. And so it's my demolition in the yard. You saw all my pallets of boxes are now all in disarray and everywhere. And I started unstacking nukes. I'm like, oh, there's comb in here. And I pull the comb out and it's all webbed together from wax moths.
Wax moths. Joy.
Well, I mean, I have to store them outside, so I don't think paramoth would do any good on them anyway, out on the outside.
It does a little bit of good because I have to store mine outside on the patio, and I put some in there, and I think it helped a little bit. There wasn't as much wax moth webbing in there, but there was still some. But it gets damp, and I mean, it still smelled like paramoths when I went in there.
Hey, Mark, I got you ready already, brother. I got you ready. I got you ready. He'll be happy to see that. So some gas money.
Hmm?
But the Xantari works good. You tell me about that when you get here. Xantari. What is Xantari? Is that some kind of something that you spray on it, or is that something that you set in the bottom? See, my thing is it's outside, right? So I figured that the fumes would evaporate out of there, and then it would just be like unprotected at all. So, it's I'll have Xantari. Now you want me to Google? I'm gonna Google search it.
Was it something for moths?
I guess so.
Some people just leave it on the side exposed to the sun and they have no problems.
If I did that, I would have boxes literally everywhere for the sun to get to them. And well, yeah, that might work because right now I got them behind the bush, right? So it's not really visible from the road. If I move it out,
take a couple boxes, try to see what happens.
let me see.
Gus Mitchell stores all of his out in the open.
So does Mike Berry.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath that carpet.
Well, no, Mike still has his under that carport. But now Gus leaves his out in the elements.
I'll have to. I'm gonna have to try that.
That's the only reason I put mine outside because it was getting in my way in my living room.
Well, I went and looked at that property today. The one that I was looking at, and yeah, not gonna happen. The house,
the one with the house on it,
the house needs to be bulldozed because the house is actually, you don't see it in the pictures, but when you walk up on it, the house is leaning towards the back. The front wall of the house is leaning towards the back.
Oh, wow.
And then the
foundation
back door,
issues.
yeah,
Not good.
back door was open, and I opened it up, and the floor had a hole in it. I'm like, nah, I'm not even going in because I'm not getting hurt walking in a house,
Nice.
on there. So
It's going to take money to even get the house livable, it sounds like.
yeah, and they want,
probably, like you said, it needs to be bulldozed.
well, the funny thing is they want as much money for the house and the property as if the house was livable. I mean, they want $120,000. It's 2.7 acres in the house, right? So
Yeah.
if you can't live in the house and you have to bulldoze it, then all you're paying for really is the land.
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
not
a little
paying
bit much,
$120,000.
especially if you got to go pay to have it bulldozed.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Right?
The house that we bulldozed was not a big house, and it cost me $4,000 to have that house bulldozed.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, you couldn't get a mortgage with a house like that.
No, that's the other thing. Yeah, and I don't have 120 grand to go drop on the house. Maybe
if anything, they're only going to let you borrow against the land anyway.
So it might be better if I'm going to do that just to buy a piece of land and throw up a barn dominium. Have you seen those barn dominiums?
Yes.
I love those things.
I love them too. If anything ever happens to this house, that's what we're going to build as a barn dominium.
Steve, have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Basically, it's a steel building. And instead of building it into a shop or something like that, it's just finished on the inside like a house. It's on a slab. And from what
they're becoming very popular around here.
From what I understand, they're less expensive to build per square foot.
I was watching one of the homestead channels that I watch built a barn dominium, and it was beautiful. It was actually very pretty inside.
And so yeah, that's the life goals. But who knows? Maybe if I'm selling $50,000 worth of honey a year and
and swarm rustler and honey rustler.
Bottle.
Do what?
Subtract the cost of the bottle and the label.
I didn't hear you.
Subtract the cost of the bottle and the label. 50 grand.
Oh yeah, that's true.
20 grand you're gonna make.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Luckily, with you use glass though, right?
I use both.
Okay. So the plastic I'm getting with the lid is about 47 cents for
That's a good price.
for the bottle. Well, for the bottle and the lid. The label, I've been printing those myself. That's 14 cents a label, right? I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I'll pay a little bit more for the label and just like I've been buying labels for every other thing I'm using, swarm lure, swarm honey rustler, all that, and then just eat that extra cost so I'm not burning. Because who really knows? Because the label itself is 14 cents, but then the ink, right? And what if a sheet doesn't print out right? Then you got to throw it away.
Right.
So you might as well just suck it up and buy some
Well, I
labels.
know I've got bottles and lids and labels. Or do I have? Yes, the bottles come with lids, and I've got labels. I think I went through Avery. I haven't ordered them yet, but I mean they're not super cheap either. But like you said, all I had to do was put on it what I wanted on it, and they're going to print them, and
Well,
I don't have to waste the ink and the pay and buy the labels and all that.
So I bought 1,000 labels. I didn't even make 1,000 of these, but I bought 1,000 labels. I think with shipping it was 160 bucks or something like that. But you can pick the different sizes, you design it, all that stuff.
Right.
And I ordered these through Uprint. So I don't know, what's 16 cents a piece or something like that. So I might as well just do that, just order them. I mean, I'm getting them in individual sheets and not label or individual stickers basically, and not labels or not rolls. Because for some reason, when you buy it on the roll,
it's more expensive.
Like double.
I know. I noticed that. I was on the Avery website and I was like, why are rolls more expensive? I guess the way they print them. I don't know.
I guess so. I don't know. But maybe they can do, I don't know. You figure you'd have to have a cutter to cut all the things. So I don't know. But yeah.
Well, speaking of labels, I have a question. Don't you have clear labels for your honey? Some of your honey?
I made some clear labels
so
Avery.
So which color, because this is the reason I haven't paid for them yet. Which color shows up better, white or black on the honey bottle?
Well, Lee's uses white on his.
Okay.
I used black on mine, but I did mine myself, so
right.
The black showed up pretty good. It just depends on your color of honey. If the honey's darker, then the light shows up better. And if it's lighter honey, then the dark shows out better. So,
and see, we typically have a darker, like a medium amber honey. Is what we've been mostly what I have here, and that's why I was thinking maybe I want to get the white.
And they're probably really expensive, but I seen them on the Book of Faces all the time, where they're taking these clear stickers and putting them on a box, and then they peel the top piece off, and it leaves like the gold lettering on the box.
Yeah,
that would look good on a label too.
Yeah, it would
get that, but they probably want $1 bajillion for it.
Yeah, probably.
But
I just like the look of the clear labels, but I didn't know with because I mean, last year I just ordered paper labels, and I like the paper labels okay, but I just like the look of those clear ones so much better.
Well, this one don't. Let me get a better bottle. Hold on. Oh. So on the lure, I'm using that UV glossy. And that's why it's shiny and everything. But I think that'll look good if I order that for my honey labels. I don't know. I'm always want to. Well, now I've got 600 bottles out there, 600 and something bottles in cases out on the porch. And that's without any of the pint jars, right? I don't have any pint size right now. I need a special printer to run the rolls. That's why. I got you. And the regular labels can just be on a regular type of printer. So the
There you go.
we
There's
learn
the answer.
every day. Every day. Steve, where are you going on your cruise to?
Canada.
You're cruising up to Canada? You're
Yes.
gonna see the Northern Lights?
I seen them already. No, we're just gonna go and visit a couple of places up in Canada.
So let me get this right. You waited for the summertime here, the springtime, and now you're going up to colder climate.
Hopefully, yes.
That's the best time to travel up there. You don't want to go when it's cold.
That's well, that should be fun though.
I went to Alaska in August and it was still cold in the mornings.
Yeah, go in September. It's nice.
Thank you for whoever just ordered on my website. Let me see. I saw an order come through. Morgan. Thanks, Morgan. So we only got 6 pre-orders for the honey rustler right now. So hopefully that goes up when the labels come in.
July, you get busy.
What's that?
In July, you'll be busy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm trying to get ahead of the curve because I really started the swarm lure sales a little bit late. So, but it's gone good. Gone pretty good with it. Can't complain. And the main thing is anybody that catches a swarm with the lure, if you do like Steve did and tag me, I've got a playlist that says swarm rustler. And I think I got everybody's from your swarm catch. I got Steve's swarm catches, Chris's swarm catches, Mr. Ed's swarm catch. Yeah. And I'm just putting it in a playlist over there. So if you tag me, we'll put it out there on the channel and hopefully people will come subscribe to you.
Mm-hmm.
And get going. Well, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. It's been a busy day. It's the bad thing about the weekends when you got a job is you got to jam everything in to 2 days, weather permitting, right? So you end up on your days off working harder than you do.
I know that's right.
And they don't understand it at work. So
Bob's trying to quit.
oh yeah, she's trying to peer pressure.
I know. How is that going, by the way, Bob?
It was good.
Getting hard today.
I got the nicotine battery or the nicotine thing.
You got a nicotine pouch, yeah.
But those Zins, I was using these on things.
See, I've got some of those.
And they're not bad. But then I went to these, and these are supposed to be stronger, but I still like certain times I find myself wanting to light up, right? Like right after dinner or when I'm driving.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, it is challenging, but I'm working on it. It's just about.
All right, listen, Bob, I got to cut out for a few minutes. I got to pick up my grandson from his friend's house. I'll be back.
Tell him you ain't picking him up unless he works that festival. He has to walk.
Well, he'll work it. I paid him $150 last year. He will.
He'll do it.
You'll do it.
See you, Steve.
Oh, good. I gave him $150 plus a dinner.
Oh, yeah. Steve's generous on the dinners and stuff. He came to visit me and took me to dinner.
Oh, wow.
I was like, man, this is all right. Come to my house and take me out. Usually you come to my house, I take you out.
Next week.
And I'm gonna see you this week too, right?
I'll be back. See you later.
All right.
See you, Steve.
But the it's going all right with the smoking. It's just a matter of every time I feel like I want to light up or go get some, I don't have any right now.
Mm-hmm.
I actually would have to go down to the store and get a pack if I wanted it. So
I know when I quit, because I did quit. I was quit for 3 years and started back, and I could kick myself in the butt every day for it. But I purposely, back then, a lot of people didn't pay for gas at the pump. They went in, and I purposely would not go in a convenience store. That's when I learned to pay at the pump. And then it was like, I would see somebody on TV light up a cigarette or something, and it made me
Trigger
want
you.
one. You know, just triggers. So, but yeah, I'm getting into that process myself. So,
And then you get in the truck after you've quit, and you start up the AC, and the air starts blowing, and it smells like
starts
smoke.
smelling like smoke. Yeah.
And you're like, man, I really need
You
to
just
write.
need to you just need to get somebody to clean your car really good. Get one of those ozone cleaners
They
inside the
actually make
car.
a fragrance bomb that you put inside the car, and it goes
Hmm.
off, and it's supposed to remove the smoke. I
Well,
don't know.
the ozone cleaners, that's what most of your car dealerships that when they hire people out, the ozone cleaners, they'll put them in the car and it cleans all of the
Smoke.
nicotine, the tar and stuff out of the car and out of the vents.
Russell, no, I haven't heard anything. I sent him a text. He hadn't replied back to it. So I hope everything's good over there, but we just don't know because those wildfires are close to him and they've been evacuating towns around him. So hopefully he's
Yeah, that's kind of
good.
worrisome because he said he was only 15 minutes away from where the fires are active.
Yep.
That's scary.
So one wind shift, right? And they're like, you got to get
Mhm.
out of here.
And he said it's been really windy too.
Joey
Mm.
said he hadn't had a cigarette since July of '86. You know what? I noticed on the video I did this morning how much I was coughing on the video,
Hmm.
and I hadn't smoked, so um
It's because
hopefully
your
that's
lungs
a
are
sign
going
of,
through its cleaning process.
yeah, I already know my sinuses. I can breathe through both nostrils for a change.
Hmm.
So it's hopefully gonna over the next couple weeks get everything out of there. Ozone cleaner could sterilize your frames, maybe. I don't know, probably kill all my bees with my luck. So have you noticed many hive beetles down there yet?
No, as a matter of fact, Ed and I were talking about that on the phone earlier. I went ahead and got some of that triazicide that Lee uses,
Mm-hmm.
and I was going to put it around the perimeter of that vinyl billboard tarp I've got down just as extra insurance. But, I've only seen a couple in my hives.
Yeah, me too.
So I
One
don't know if
two
it's just because we've had such a cool spring or it's like my garden is so far behind
right.
because we've had such a cool spring. Nights are still getting in the 50s. And that's weird for us. We're usually, now this week it's supposed to be a lot hotter. We're supposed to reach 90, I think, on Thursday. But, my garden's like 2 to 3 weeks behind, and the bees are like 2 to 3 weeks ahead.
Well,
Go figure.
I think it might actually be helping us this year, the milder temperatures, because if you're like us, we go through that stage where everything gets green and then everything turns brown and dies out.
Right.
And we don't have that yet because of the cool
Yeah.
temperatures, I think.
Well, and I know we're like at the peak of a solar minimum, that 11-year cycle, where the sun shifts poles. So I know that the cooling has to do a lot with that, but supposedly, I don't
we
know. But
so,
Bruce and I were talking the other night at the bee meeting at Wiregrass Beekeepers about how we're both concerned. We both had the same thought. That was what was weird, is because our privet is in full bloom right now. The tallow is not as far out as what it should be. The tallow is budding. Ed even has 3 trees at his house that are in different stages of budding and blooming.
that's
So
that's good though.
yeah, it is. But the
Because
thing
when the
is
privet starts
it's
to
like,
fail off, then maybe the tallow will pick up and you'll just have a straight flow.
yeah, we're going to have a straight flow. But the problem is it's going to die out sooner and we're going to have a longer dearth. So that's what I asked Bruce. I said, well, if we get this huge, big tidal wave of a flow that is coming in and over in 2 months, that means we have 4 months of dearth instead of 2.5. He said, that's what I'm afraid of. So I'm like, well, shit.
Better start saving
Buy
money.
sugar.
Start hoarding sugar. The so tonight it's supposed to be in the 50s, and then starting tomorrow it's supposed to be in the 60s at night. But we're breaking into the 80s, like 88 on Tuesday. But
Yeah, sounds very similar to here then. So y'all are getting pretty much the same weather we're getting then,
and
within a few degrees. I even looked, well, I'm leaving Monday to go to Ohio with my daughter, and I was looking at their weather, and their weather this coming week is what we have been having. So it's really weird.
hey, Randy, did you video it? Look at that. Cool. Hopefully, if you video it and you send me the video, I'll upload it to my channel and put it out there. Or if you put it on your channel and share it with me, or let me know, tag me in it or something so I can see it, then I'll add it to my Swarm Rustler playlist. 67 cents a pound at Walmart. You know what?
What it is at ours.
The Sam's Club near me had a flood in it today, so it says closed until further notice.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, it's something with their fire system. So now they probably have to get that fixed, and then after they get it fixed, they probably have to have it inspected by fire department.
4 pounds of sugar at our Walmart is 73.5 cents a pound.
Oh, you're checking Walmart?
10 pound is 64.7 cents a pound. 25 pounds is 63.1. Let me see what Sam's is.
Hey, Lisa.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you run the show for about 20 seconds while I go get a drink.
Oh, goody. What you want me to do? Anybody got any dollar bills they'll stick in my waist? Oh. Let me get over here to the comments. Let me, if I can address some of the comments. Yeah, Russell, that's what I was just looking at was the sugar at Walmart. And I was about to look at Sam's. Hey, Russell! Woolly Willow. What is Woolly Willow? Hey, Dennis. Hey, Brian. Hey, Steven. I'm looking through the comments.
See, they saw my live. They saw you. Everybody's coming in now.
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
But it was just me. No,
put a little estrogen in the mix, huh?
That's it. Got to do it.
There's not a whole lot of us. I mean, there's me and Danette and Sarah and
I haven't seen Sarah that
Nancy
much. Once in a while.
Well, she commented on my video. I did a unboxing. You know, I won when Blaine had his 1,000 subscriber giveaway.
I saw
The
that.
the two names that he drew, I guess, lived outside the country. And so they had to forfeit, and the runners-up was me and DC. So I told him I'd do an unboxing video. Well, I got the darn box Thursday? I think it was Thursday. No, it was Wednesday because we were chatting Tuesday night, and he said it was out for delivery. So Wednesday I got it in the mail, and then, of course, we were on the stream team, and then Thursday, I don't know what happened Thursday, and it just disappeared, and Friday disappeared too. It's already Saturday. Saturday's almost over. I'm like, good grief.
My Saturday's just getting ready to start. I got about an hour, and I got to be out there working bees.
Uh-oh. Yep.
Cost like 25 pounds for $15 and something.
Where's that? Sam's?
Sugar at Walmart is cheaper than Costco. 25 pounds for $15.
See, we don't have our closest Costco's in Montgomery. That's an hour and a half, almost 2 hours away.
No, he's saying that Walmart has it cheaper. Walmart has it cheaper here as well.
The last I checked, Walmart was cheaper than Sam's.
Yep.
Well, that's where I was buying it.
Man, I'm glad I go to the Domino.
You know, I looked for a sugar refinery plant close by, We don't have any.
Really? No.
Mm-mm. No.
Well, mine's an hour and a half away, so I don't know if it's really close by, but
It's closer than ours because I want to say the closest one was in East Georgia. And that's a good 4 or 5 hours from here.
how are you almost 3 hours out? You told me 10 o'clock when I talked to you on the phone. Did you have a flat tire? It's 9 o'clock. You ain't going to get here till 11. We'll be working bees tonight.
I might as well sleep on it tonight and just get up in the morning and do it.
Holy Moses. Man.
Yeah, Brian. That I try to stay out of Walmart.
Are you almost 3 hours out, like 3.5 hours, or like almost 3.5 hours, or 3 hours out, like 2.5 hours? And now I got to wait for 30 seconds for it to go to YouTube.
For him to answer you.
So I can't sit there and wait on it. Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, today was just
he says he's not going 90 miles per hour. What you doing, 25?
Man, I thought you got up early in the mornings. No, I'm just picking on you, man. Just get here safe. That's the main
Yeah,
thing.
for real.
I know what it was. He got tired and pulled over and took that nap. It's all good.
I used to do that. I'd get off work when I worked in Biloxi. I was working night shift and I'd get off of work and I'd drive as far as I could. And there was one gas station I used to stop at and pull over and take me a nap if I had to before I got back on the road.
Looks like 12. Oh. Text me a pic. Do I have to worry about this pic you sent me? You know,
Uh-oh.
all up in my DMs? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I like how you did that. You just cockeyed the mouse guard. Okay. That's pretty smart. Let me see if I can show you all this picture. Let me get big. And he uses thumbtacks, and he's got the mouse guard up on one side, so there's just a crack for the bees to get into. And then
Using it as an entrance reducer.
Yep. Then all you got to do is take that
the
thumbtack
out.
out, and it falls down in place, and they're trapped in.
Pretty cool.
It's pretty good. I bet you couldn't do that at midnight like I'm going to be doing.
Who would want to? On purpose.
Mark, I did get up early, got held up, and I'm tired. I know you are, man. I got up early too, and I'm tired. I didn't take a nap. I didn't take my old man nap today like I normally
Bob
do.
didn't get his nap. Oh my goodness.
I had to go sell a nuke, and then I sold the nuke, and I'm like, well, I can do one of two things. I can either go live or I can go lay down. But, you know, that was under the pretense you was going to be here at 9:30. So I was like, well, if I lay down, it's only going to be an hour. See, now if I would have took a nap, I would have got a nice 3-hour nap. But nope, not to be.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Say lovey.
So we'll be midnighting it up.
Mm-hmm.
And gets floor. And so, wait a minute. A fellow beekeeper goes to Baltimore once a month or so and gets the floor cleaning. I get 5-gallon buckets for $8 a bucket. 5-gallon. Oh, he gets what they sweep off the floor in the buckets. I gotcha.
Oh.
$8 a 5-gallon bucket. That's not bad.
Dang. Floor sweeping sugar, huh?
So that's more than 25 pounds for $8.
That's
If it's
pretty
full.
good.
Not bad at all.
Mm-mm.
The but around here, if I wasn't. It was somebody in the chat. Dennis Lentz told me about the Domino sugar thing, and I haven't bought. Well, I don't want to say I haven't bought. Like if I ran out and needed some, I would buy a bag in between if I needed to do something. But now this time of year, instead of making 1-to-1, I'll divide that bucket into 3 buckets, right? So I'm making it into 15 gallons
Yeah.
and filling up the feeders that way, and the pro nukes, and I put some in some frame feeders in my smaller colonies.
So is it already? It's already liquid when you pick it up.
Yeah, it's 2-to-1 when I get it.
Wow, that's
For
pretty cool.
$10. Yeah, so 60 pounds. So you split it. I take an empty bucket, half in each bucket, fill it up with water, and that's 1-to-1, right? Basically. Dang. And then this time of year, I'll third, and fill it up, most of the way, and then do that. So it's just got a little bit of sugar in it. It's just enough to get them to start drawing that wax out.
Yeah,
but not.
That almost be worth getting one of those big IBC totes and putting in the back of my truck and driving up there and getting some.
Well, the IBC totes, how much do they hold? 150
You
gallons?
You can get them 125 gallons. I think you can get one that holds 250. I think my son-in-law's is a 250.
So 250 gallons would make you 500 gallons of 1-to-1.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But the weight, you'd have to tow a trailer behind you probably.
Yeah.
For the weight.
Oh, yeah.
But they'd fill it up.
Mm-hmm.
So
I just wonder if it'd be worth the gas, though, to go up there pulling a trailer into the weight.
I think you're like 8 hours from where I'm at.
Yeah. It took us, with my sister and brother-in-law lived in Columbia. He was stationed at Fort Jackson.
Yep.
What should have been around an 8-hour drive, but we had to stop and I had to feed my daughter, and that's been how long ago it's been since I've been up there. That was 36 years ago.
And I could throw a rock and hit Fort Jackson from here just about.
Yeah.
But the the thing is with the sugar, if you were coming back from Ohio, you could come down 77, pick it up.
I'm not driving.
You're not driving. You're flying.
I'm flying this time, but now my husband, we're talking about going up there for Father's Day weekend because his best friend's dad, he calls him his stepdad. He lives up there, and, my husband's dad's dead, so he goes up there every year and visits him at Father's Day. Mm-hmm. So I may ride up there with him, but we'll be taking our gas mileage vehicles to drive that. We're not taking the truck.
I don't even know when Father's Day is.
It's usually the second Sunday of June.
Oh yeah, it is after my
second. I think it's the second. It's either the first or the second. I think it's the second Sunday. I don't know, because it has been. I remember one year it was on my dad's birthday. Maybe the first. No, it would have been the second because his birthday was on the 7th. Are you frozen or am I frozen? I can't hear anything. Bob froze? Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, Mother's Day is next weekend. Yeah, I wish I still had my mom. My mom's been gone a while, and my dad. Bob, man, you froze. Don't make me do this live by myself. Oh, man. Bob's gone. He didn't just freeze. Tell us about your bees, Lisa. Okay, what do you want to know about my bees? Let's see. So far, we got, well, I did those splits. I did 3 dim ray splits, and we got 2 of those hives moved out to my son-in-law's. And he said they are doing really good. As a matter of fact, he said that one of the hives, there's about 8 frames of bees in. And they've got comb drawn out on the outer 2 frames. So I told him he needs to go home and add a super. So he went home and added a super after he detailed my car today. And let's see, his other hive is doing pretty good. I think he said it had like 6 or 7 frames of bees, but they didn't have the comb drawn out on them. My bees, I've got 12 supers and 1 comb shallow on. I'm hoping for some comb honey this year. And it's in what Ed calls my Leaning Tower of Pisa swarm hive. And I've got to get it moved because it's tilted backwards.
I'm back.
But I'm hoping for a good honey flow this year. I know, I was thinking, are you going to make me do this by myself? They're asking me to talk about my bees. So I was talking about my bees. Maybe he reconsidered that sleep.
Yeah.
He decided to go take a nap. He's like, I got somebody else on StreamYard. I'll go take a nap.
The internet crapped out on me in the middle.
Yeah.
The let's see, 15 to 16%. So Michael Buck's got honey already. He's been spinning honey.
Wow, 15 to 16% on the refractometer. That's good.
And he said, but his bees have been slow to clean up his stuff.
It's because there's a flow on. Just go put them back on the hive. Don't worry about them cleaning them up.
They'll fill them back up.
They'll fill them back up because if they're not cleaning your frames, then the flow is still going. So don't give up on them. Just go put those back on your hive. I'm getting in mine tomorrow to check. Didra's coming over after church, and we're going to get in there. I've got to do something with my Leaning Tower of Pisa. My swarm hive. Charlie!
Hey.
Hey, Charlie!
I thought you was cutting the rug tonight.
No. When you text me, I just got in. Actually, I just laid down with my back. I had been working out in the bee yard pretty much all day.
Yikes.
Everybody, all of us have been doing that today.
Well, it's been the first weekend that we've actually had decent weather.
So what'd you do out there today?
Well, this morning, I was waiting on customers and nobody showed up. I said, heck with this, I got stuff to do. So I went up and I went through my nukes to see what was going on with them. Because I knew some of them were queenless and some of them had possibly virgins, they were swarms. I'm going to check some of them swarms. So I went through and did all that. I had that one queen down in the incubator and I went ahead and that was the first thing this morning. I went right out to the one hive. It was a honey hive and released her into it in the bottom of that. Hey, Steve. And so then after we closed up today, I called Lloyd about those queens. They never showed. Just like you said, they're done, I think. But so his wife said, do you want some queen cells? We got a bunch of queen cells up here because they were going through their nukes and stuff, making splits. I said, sure. So I went up there after lunch and kind of had the same thing that you had, Bob. It's where we went through the nukes and we found a frame and had all these queen cells on it. I said, that's a good one. Shook the bees off, laid it off to the side there and went through a couple more nukes and we came back. I said, that looks like about all we could, get was that one frame that's decent. And we looked at one of the queen cells on the face of it. And it looks like, Lloyd said, I think that thing's hatched. So it had, and I said, yeah, right there she is,
Right.
So I got his queen clip So it wound around. I got before, as we were trying to get things, get them caged and all that. I had 5 of them there within about 5 minutes.
That's exactly what happened to me.
And then uh, there was a couple more cells on the face of the frame. I said, well, I'll put it in the Jester nuke box and take it home with me, and I'll just put it in a hive or whatever. So I left it in the truck, and I had these virgins and these, JCBs cages. So I did some filming on the last 4 hives in a row behind me there, and did that, checked them all out, and I had marked the hives and stuff like that were I suspected queenless. So I installed those 5 queens, and main thing I did, I kind of laid. I had this one, I think it was the first one that came out, a little bit, the biggest one, I think. And those bees were flying around. Boy, they landed on her. They were all over that cage. I said, well, that's a good indication. So I went ahead and dropped it in one of these honey hives here that was queenless, at least I suspected. And then dropped in the other 5 or the other 4. So I was getting everything was kind of getting done, and it was getting late. And I said, well, I better check that frame. And I'm like, I think that was one that was closed. And then there she was. She was down, head first down there, trying to get something to eat out of one of the cells. And I caged her up. And then there was another one there that looked like to me it was like it's chewing out or whatever. So I just kind of picked it a little bit, and there she come on out. So I actually got 7 queens off of that one frame and installed them and all. So it worked out well for me.
Well, my triple nuke, that triple deep nuke, I needed the box. I needed my nuke boxes. So I took them out and put them in a double 10 frame.
Right.
And that colony it's got about 8 or 9 frames with brood on it in the bottom and 1 up in the top. So she's just going stupid, like crackhead queen, going everywhere. I mean, it's the most prolific that I've seen. And hey, all of those nukes that I got, the first thing I did was give them Apis sugar water as soon as I popped it over, and pollen patty with the Apis in it, and they just went bonkers, all of them. So
yeah, the only thing that I
well,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask if that prolific queen, if that was one that you grafted.
not that one and that triple one, but the ones where I was showing the photos the other day on my page, that was one of mine.
Wow.
They're doing really good too.
Good.
If they've got comb, they're laying it up, and that's the biggest drawback on those colonies is the comb production. And now, Charlie, I'm in a whole nother world of hurt now with these frames. So this week, if I got to pay more for them, I just got to pay more for them. There's nothing, I got to get them. I don't want to order.
I talked to the guy today a little bit. I'll see if I can get something done tomorrow. And
because I have about 4, I'm going to say 4 full boxes. No. Yeah, about 4 full boxes of deep old comb, old foundation that I scraped down and then re-waxed. And so we'll see how they do with the fresh foundation, and comb is fine, but I don't know how they're going to do with the old foundation that wasn't. I didn't pressure wash. I just scraped it and cleaned it the best I could, and then rolled wax on it. So I don't know.
They ought to draw that out,
So I hope so. I mean, they're doing really good on. It makes night and day difference rolling it out and not rolling it out, I mean, a huge difference. And I mean, today I was looking at frames out of my nuke boxes and cutting the old nasty comb off and dropping those in nuke boxes because I got 20 nukes going to be here at midnight tonight that I've got to go and unload. Yes.
Well, beekeepers move bees at night,
Yeah, well, it's one thing, but moving bees, they're already in a home. I'm taking them from one
transfer them out.
New home in the middle of the night. So it could be interesting. They're not going to know where home is or anything. They might just stay right on the frames. They may not even go crazy. I don't know. But depending on what we figure out when he gets here, might just wait till the morning to put him in. He's getting here at midnight and he's going back. I don't know if he's going back to Virginia or if he's going to Atlanta from here. But either way, it's a 3 hours one way to Atlanta and probably 4 or 5 hours back to Virginia. So I don't know which way he's heading.
Well, guys, I'm gonna head out.
All right, Lisa.
I'll stay in the chat, but my phone's going dead.
She was toting the show when my internet went down.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure. See ya.
Thank you so much. We'll see you later. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting because today, well, I guess I have to say tomorrow if it's after midnight, that I'll officially have enough colonies to hit the definition of sideliner. Real colonies, not two framers. I didn't even count my two framers and that crap in the back. That's just in the front. When I say crap, I mean the swarm colonies. I don't even really count them because they're not proven. They haven't moved and, grown enough to do anything. So Mike says he's put up 60 pint jars so far already this year. Yeah. I do have some honey in my supers. I'm going to have to spin out because I got to give them the boxes back. I put 15 more supers out yesterday, Charlie. And I think I've got 30 something supers out there right now. And
that's about what I got, about 20.
And when I ran out of supers, they got deeps. And now I'm running out of deeps. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And not only am I running out of deeps for supers, but I'm running out of deeps for colonies. So could be an issue because when they get big, and they're going to keep getting big if this weather stays like this, right? Not too hot, not too cold. That's the first time I've been in a colony and saw, 10 frames of brood out of 11. They had like brood on 10 frames or eggs, that's unusual for me. So these colonies are kicking it in.
Well, James's tutelage has brought you to the other side.
And I can't give him enough credit. And I say that, and I'll say this, other than the grafting, nothing he told me was nothing. It wasn't anything I didn't know already. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you get that tunnel vision to where you get in one track and you're like, you just can't, analysis paralysis or whatever you want to call it, where you think about something and it just isn't clicking what you need to do. And he got me back in line on that. And it made a huge difference.
He tweaked, he tweaked like your splits. Hey, at this time of year, you need to make a heavy duty split, a 5-frame split. You can't get by with a 2-frame split. That might be fine maybe in the middle of your hot season.
Like right now, I could do 2 frames because we got nectar coming in and there's drones and, you can do some of those things. It's a little bit more forgiving. The beetles aren't bad right now. So, some of that stuff is good.
Well, and another thing is I
do have an update.
I think a lot of it is experience for you. you've experienced the bad part. Now you've experienced the good part. Now you know what you can do at certain times of the year in your environment in your area.
And we've got you remember that little colony that was dying and it was down to like a medium super and it was on like I got it back down to a 2-frame colony and then I took it to my mentors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah, I remember that.
I checked that colony. It's a 5-frame nuke now. But in comparison to the other colonies that I got at the same time, one of them has 3 supers on it right now, and the other one's got 4 supers on it right now. So it's like that shows you how that one colony just kind of collapsed, and Sam was just kept giving it frames of brood until the population was in there enough to where she could start doing some work.
But was the queen any good?
It's the same queen. The same queen's in there now laying. Now, it's not laying huge clusters, but it still doesn't have a huge amount of bees in there, but it's got bees. So,
sounded like to me the queen wasn't all that great.
And so right now,
I don't know. It's like I was going to try to graft today, and I put in my grafting frame like James said, to get it, get the bees to clean it out, the cups, polish the cups.
mm-hmm.
And that was one of the things. It's still out there in the hive. I just ran out of gas and my leg just got to hurting so bad, and it was almost dark or close to dark. And so, like I say, I was happy that I got 7 queens in. At least they're virgins. At least there's I can come back in 2 weeks and see what's going on. And
Right.
Next week I've got to go out of town at the end of the week. So locust is blooming and the supers look good right now. I might check them, let's say Wednesday, and maybe add another super to them. And then like you're saying, I think 3 supers left that have drawn comb.
I've got empty supers, just no frames for them.
And after that, I just have to put foundation on.
But I'm not looking forward to dropping that $1,000 because I know.
Well, you just have to.
And how long is it going to take Acorn to get them to me?
Should be within a week.
Well, I don't know, because Blythewood Bee Company's been waiting for a month and a half for their shipment. They're waiting to come in. So,
Call them up.
And
they had you went up there and they had a box and a half or whatever of frames.
Yeah.
That was all they had in the whole darn store.
Of the plastic. If I wanted to spend $450 a frame, I could have got wooden with the foundation.
No. I can get you better price than that, but that, of course, the shipping is kill you too.
And that's what I'm worried about with Acorn. $45 a box or something for shipping.
Yeah.
So if you get 72 or 52 frames and it costs $45 to ship it, well, whatever your price is, just stack $1 on it on each frame, and that's what you cost. And I got these frames yesterday for $2 and some change a piece. So less than $3 still. So it's still, that's a lot of money when you're buying 500 frames, $1,500 any way you look at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get, let's say, 3 cases of, let's say 6 boxes of frames, three of each, mediums and deeps, I think it's a 40% off the shipping. I was wondering what I would find out what the price is and see what it is.
I'll be like, I'll send you shipping labels and I'll pay for the shipping here. If I know the dimensions and weight of the boxes, it might be cheaper. Maybe, I doubt it.
I don't know.
Or if I can get the wholesale price from them for being a reseller, might be even cheaper. I don't know. Steve had 3 swarms today up in New York in his yard. One of them was 10 pounds of bees he weighed.
Man.
It says it's the first nice day they've had.
Well, I went, like I say, I went through my hives today, went through the nukes, just kind of dig into them. Are they laying eggs? And like I had some were swarms and I can't find the queen. So I'm figuring, okay, they're virgins. Well, I did find one. It was a virgin. She's a little teeny, regular virgin. I said, okay. And I mark all that stuff on top of my lids.
My virgins have been pretty big. They almost look like they're mated, but they're not.
Yeah. So
I might have to start spinning for real this week, because I know for a fact I've got one or two boxes out there that are heavy. So
I looked at some of my honey boxes today, and they're starting to cap a little bit.
Yeah, I've got capped up at the corners on a lot of them.
Now, my thing, what I've been trying to do is I let them fill up. I put 10 frames in the honey super. Let them fill up with nectar. Then I pull one out and then space it out. I'm trying to see whether that will alleviate any bridge coating and do that. So, and that kind of thing. So,
if I just fill, Morg, if I just fill up my deep boxes, if I just fill up my 10 frame deep boxes and don't worry about my nuke boxes and all that, then I probably need at least 100 deep and at least.
That's 2 cases right there. 52 in a case.
Yep, that's 2 cases for just to fill them up. And that doesn't include any of my 2 frame equipment, any of my nuke boxes. That's just my deep boxes, my deep 10 frame boxes. And then my nukes, I probably need.
You need about 6 cases, about 3 deeps and 3 medium cases.
3 mediums would give me 210. That'd be 20. Yeah, that's about right. About 3 and 3 would fill up my supers and give me enough for my deep boxes. And my nuke boxes, yeah, I don't even want to go there with because I've got 5 frame nuke boxes. I've got 20 out there set up with bottom boards and tops. But then I've got extra nuke boxes to stack on top, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a whole nother bunch. So I probably need 3 boxes of deeps and probably 3 deep. So 150 deeps and probably.
That's 3 cases right there.
And probably 250 or so mediums. So like 3 cases of mediums, and that'll give me enough frames for all of my boxes. So if I have a box, I'll have a frame. Now, then comes the question, do I have enough boxes for what I need? Or am I going to constantly every week be going out there and pulling honey and spinning honey all the time to make sure I got enough frames for them to fill back up to keep them from swarming?
Yeah, but are they going to cap the honey off that quick? Or can you test the honey and see what it's at if it's dry?
All right, so let's do some bee math. So each frame, when it hatches, how many frames of bees will it cover?
I think it's so many pounds of bees.
Is it 3? Is it, someone knows for sure?
I think it's 3 pounds.
3 pounds of bees per frame, hatch frame. No, I don't want to know the weight. I want to know the bee coverage. Is it like I thought it was like two full frames. So if I've got 10 frames of brood that are gonna hatch in that one colony in the next 2 to 3 weeks, means I'm gonna have 20 frames worth of bee coverage when that hatches. And she's immediately gonna lay it back up. So that colony is
you need to equalize that colony. I'll put it to you that
well,
way.
what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start pulling that and giving some frames to my weaker colonies. Yeah, I'm going to equalize it, but I'm using it to draw out 10 more foundations right now. So, and then guess what she's going to do? Lay them up because she doesn't have any room in the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good problem, but might have to be invested in some more equipment real soon.
Well, like I say, I would go Monday morning and call Acorn up and say, okay, I need 3 of this and 3 of that. How much is it for I don't know what you're going to do, 2 frame or a double wax or single, double, triple. You're waxing yourself, you say?
Well, I've been waxing, but these that I got yesterday, they were heavy wax. I didn't. They weren't the extra heavy, but they were the middle line, right? So,
Right.
I just went ahead and tossed them on because I didn't have time to do it. It doesn't take long to do, but by the time you wait on the wax to melt, then the sun's down. Now I'm putting boxes on tomorrow instead of today, and let me see.
2.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, that's going to be the thing is just getting this right. And what might happen is you might see me do a little bit more aggressive Facebook marketing on nukes, right? Because I still got people coming to buy nukes and sell some of those back. Hey, Charlie, it's going to be your show for a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
So, Dennis, there, you're thinking about making nukes to overwinter and sell next spring. Well, that's what I do. And, it's good, quick income in the spring. And it looks good on the bottom line. You might want to check out my video about that, how I use queen excluders. I don't know whether you can get your nukes through the winter in just 1 box or 2. For me, I have to have them in 2. And because of that, I use a queen excluder. And then I
I haven't heard anything from James about what's going on over there. Let me see. Oh, maybe I got a text. Let's see. No, lots of houses lost. We are still in ours, but just outside the city. It's not good, he says.
Now, he lives in a town, but now the city is, what's it called? Calvary?
Grand Prairie. That's what he says all the time. Grand Prairie, Alberta. So hopefully they can get it under control.
Yeah. I was talking to Dennis here. He wants to do overwinter Queens. I don't know where, Dennis, where do you live at?
He lives in South Carolina. He's north of me about an hour.
All right. So he probably, I would say he could get away with a single deep through the winter.
Yeah, I've done it. The real thing is making them strong enough to where they can get through winter, but not too, not too strong, right?
Right. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, it shouldn't be bad. I've done
Yeah,
it.
I mean, you should be able to knock out some of the stuff that I have to do, not have to do it. And where
Well,
if
my
if you
mentor does it all the time. He overwinters his nukes all the time.
and he's in single boxes.
Mm-hmm. Single.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? The people that came and bought the bought nukes from me today, they're like, yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel. I've been watching your videos, and they didn't even know that's who I was when they came to get it. We'll have to make the trips to Domino's for sure. To Domino's Sugar.
Yeah, I mean, far as nukes, I mean, I like nukes. Nukes to me are very they're fun. They're easy,
And
they're light. You only have 5 frames to deal with.
they do explode straight up quick. Very quickly.
Yeah, that's for sure. What's happening there, Carl? But I enjoy nukes. I also keep. It's like right now, I run mediums, and I'm starting to make some medium nukes for myself. That's for, as Ian says, the battery or whatever it is, you know.
You know, my battery though, they are not going up in the supers. They're not going in the deep boxes. And the only thing I can do is drop another frame down and put more drawn comb up top. That's the only thing. Or throw the feeder on them and drip some sugar down so they come up to the feeder. I don't know what else to do over there.
Well, what's the other 3? Those are what, 6 framers?
Yep, 3 6 framers.
And they're just packed with bees.
Yeah, they got a lot of bees in them.
Are they starting to do swarm cells?
I haven't pulled it all the way down like that in over a week. So I need to go. Maybe that's something I do tomorrow. Put it on the to-do list. And
yeah, I mean, you don't want them to swarm on you.
Yeah, all my other nukes are, going crazy up, up the chimney there. And then I got these 3 on the deep, and they're not moving up through the excluder, but I got to have the excluder on it because of the way it's set up, right? No, I don't have any pollen sub out. The only thing I put pollen sub on right now is the nukes, right? Or my splits. I'll put a little bit in there. I mean, a little tiny bit.
Hey, Blaine.
And
Carl, down the bay first. Hard. Okay, so he must be around Chesapeake, getting some crabs. Yeah, friend. Somebody I know was getting a dozen jumbo crabs, $125 for 12 crabs. No.
$10. Well, that's really not that bad. It's only like $10 a crab. They're the big giant ones.
Yeah, I'm not a big crab eater. I was talking to actually he was a fisherman who did crabbing. Then he kind of got out of crabbing and got into where he's selling the crabs at a storefront. I think Bob rose up again.
Yep.
Yeah. And there you are.
And
so there was so much competition at the storefront. He went back to crabbing, and he was telling me like the prices, they used to be like $200 and some a bushel, and now it's down like 175, wholesale prices and stuff. And he said our bait is still high, our fuel is still high, and all that stuff.
Hopefully you're using my swarm lure for number 13.
Unless it's his own swarms from his own hives. And then he's doing something wrong.
The Steve caught his swarms out of his hive using my lure today. They were flying, and he sprayed it on the side of the box, and they all broke. They were going towards the bushes, and they turned and went right to the side of the box when he sprayed it on there. and then he just swept them into another box.
Yeah. Well, everybody's putting stuff out. 4-way mating nukes.
He said some were his and today's was not. Good deal. I don't know. I think mine was number 5 today that I caught. Well, I don't think it's, I call it a swarm catch, but it's really, I didn't use a swarm box, right? It was somebody calling me because they had a swarm and I came and shook it in a box. So I guess that is a swarm catch, but it didn't trap it. But I got a trap out there now. I put it by the church, so we'll see. I'm funny about leaving a $50 bill sit on the church porch, you know, by the bush, but maybe it'll catch another swarm.
Yeah.
Hey, my buddy and yours, Brian from Flower Street Farms, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is.
That's a cool mug.
Check
The
it out.
handle upside down.
Isn't that nice?
It is nice. I like that.
This was a gift from Greg at Rockbridge. He sent us this one, and then my wife got a chicken one.
Nice.
She's the chicken lady. How you guys doing tonight?
Tired.
Pretty
bro.
good.
Tired. I've been
Yeah,
going ever since I woke up this morning.
I am both of those. Tired. And you got someone in the chat. You gotta get rid of there.
Who?
The full frontal exposure.
No,
That's okay.
Yeah, that's Rich. Time is honey.
Okay.
He said, "I bet
Oh,
y'all
okay.
hit that like button." That's his other
Gotcha.
channel. He's logged in on the wrong channel.
It's that
But sting the
full
like on
frontal,
that
man.
channel and then flip over and sting it on the other channel.
Gotcha.
So we started off talking about beeconomics. Yours and my
Yep.
favorite topic.
The biggest thing, Bob, is you got to, you need these certain things. You just got to pull the trigger and say, we're buying frames.
Yeah, I know.
Instead of buying honey mixing machines or whatever, you buy that. It's just it's an investment in your business.
Yeah, that's the thing. And going out on a limb. This is going out on the limb, right? So investing in me on the bees, right? So the thing is that even though this is only part of the bee money, when I say part of the bee money, I mean part of my honey money, right? And money that the bees have generated. It's the bees paying for the bees, and that's an important part that I think, if you got 1 or 2 colonies, okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's your goal and that's your model and that's what you want to do, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're trying to expand or go to the next level, then I think it's, at least for me, I don't make a huge amount of money. Brian, you're a part-time teacher. I assume you're not killing it on the daily job front. If we were rich like Charlie and owned a sawmill, no, but so for me, it was imperative from day one when I made that decision that this is what I wanted to do, that I found ways and niches within, like a sub niche inside of the beekeeping niche, to make my bees fund themselves, because honey is great, but honey is only a fraction of what you can generate from beekeeping. And it's finding that model and working to your, I guess, obviously with honey, if you got 2 colonies or 10 colonies, you're not going to make as much honey as if you got 50 colonies. But how do you get from 10 to 50 if that's what you want to do without dumping obscene amounts of money out of your own bank account into it, right? So you have to find that sub niche, whether it's creamed honey or hot honey or flipping queens, flipping nukes, making nukes, selling nukes. And when I say flipping nukes, that's more of what I'm doing, right? I'm not using my honey production stock to sell nukes out of. I'm making nukes out of packages and then selling those. So I'm investing money, but then I'm doubling that money, right? There's a return on that investment. And that's what's allowing, you start. And I told somebody this today, and I'll tell all you guys because I'm pretty transparent for the most part, is that when I started, there was a greater demand for honey than I could produce. So I was going to my mentor. I was going to other beekeepers. Hey, I need honey. Charlie, you said the same thing. You had to subsidize your honey,
Yeah, I only up until the last couple of years. I mean, I sold all of the amount I either ran out or I tried to find quality honey within my beekeeping club and buy that. Did I make a lot of money on, when you buy it like that? No.
But you still make more than you paid. So you're still profiting.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I profit some, but profit margin was, kind of on the slim side, but
well, the same thing was with
you got to keep your customers.
Right. And the same thing was with the queens. So was I making $40 a queen? No, I was making $12 a queen, but I sold 100 of them. So I made $1,200. So that $1,200, well, that'll pay for all these hundreds of frames that I need to buy. Right. Or, and that's kind of what I'm saying is that it helps you do it. So when I go to sell my honey and someone's like, hey, can you do this? Well, I could, but I'm not, because I've got to pay for this stuff, and to grow.
We spent the last 2 years building up our business. And if you look on paper, we didn't make any money, but the amount of stuff I have in my garage and my shed and my backyard, I've built that up. And I've set myself up now to actually make an income off of the business. And the other thing that's been a benefit is it's decreased our taxes as well, because so much of this stuff that was hobby expenses is now a business expense. So, what you see on paper isn't the real benefit that we've gotten out of the business the past couple of years. I got a big pile of cash too from my honey money. That's never saw any part of the books,
Right.
I got a whole bunch of cash that I paid my kids. We go out to dinner after a market and all that stuff we have is setting us up. I actually went out 2 weeks ago and I ordered from a lady. It's like one of the smaller commercial beekeepers in our state who was she was the president of our state association for a while. I bought 2 5-gallon buckets for her because I've been out of honey since December, and our market season starts May 21st. And I wanted to hit the ground running. I wanted to show up there with honey on the table. That's always our best seller, and it helps us sell other stuff too. So, I did the math and I thought to myself, this is an investment of this much money and it's going to get this much back, but it's also going to help me sell so much. So just like you flipping nukes, I'm just kind of flipping honey to kind of get the season started. And I'll be honest with people. I'll be like, no, it's a local beekeeper I respect up in wherever she's from. And I'll let you know when we have our local honey.
Well, like what Michael's saying here. Yeah, it's not the same as making your own honey. Agreed.
No, it's not.
And that's the main thing. But like you said, it's when you're getting it from somebody that you trust, that knows what they're doing, and it's not adulterated honey, and it's local still, right?
That's the big thing. Like for me, when I was buying it within my club, which basically they live in the same county that I live in, and it's pretty much the same. I picked and choose who I was buying it from because I knew that they had locust honey, is the same as my honey,
Right.
and I would taste it, and I'm like, yeah, this is good stuff. I knew what it was when so it worked out well. Now I had one time where I bought a bucket of honey, not really sure where it come from. I'm gonna say more of towards the western part of Maryland, and it was probably goldenrod or something like it. It had kind of a bite to it or an aftertaste. I'm like, oh, and I did that one time, and I'm like, that's it. I'm not buying this from that.
Well,
I want to know where it comes from,
and
location wise.
what you said is, Brian, is 100% accurate in my opinion. Is you've got customers. You're building a customer base, and I've got people that come here, but with my growth in my yard, I went from having to buy, like, the very first year, I think I bought 4 or 5 buckets, 5-gallon buckets of honey. And then last year I bought 1 bucket of honey. And this year I won't have to buy any honey if everything keeps going the way it is. Right. So the main thing is, yeah, it definitely can taste different. So with growing your bee business, it's sometimes, and to be honest with you, I've never had anybody that comes to my yard to buy honey to ever question, was it my honey? Because they come up and they see the bees, right? And they just assume, it's just unspoken, now if they ask me and, and that's what they're getting, then
I get that question all the time, because I'm at a regular business, and they say, well, where's your bees at? I said, right behind that barn up there on the hill. And then some of them are like, okay. And I said, well, if you want to go see them, fine. But now if you get stoned, don't come hollering,
But,
and, and a lot of time I keep an 8-ounce spare that I sell for $5. Well, that's more of a sort of a tasting thing for them. I said, buy the 8-ounce bears, see if you like the honey, and then usually they're back buying bigger bottles of it. And and now it's like any business. It takes an average of 5 years to establish, a good business.
And I haven't had what I haven't had what I consider to be a good honey yield yet, right? A good, like, just tons of
But
honey.
see, the thing, what your situation is you're still building the infrastructure in your business,
Yep.
i.e., the amount of hives, quality bees, and what was funny?
Philip. I called Philip the wrong name the other day, so we're joking around with each other.
Oh.
So, you got to get to that point. It's just like having a bottling tank where I got that heated bottling tank. For years, I'm like, why? How can you justify $1,200 at the time for a 16-gallon bottling tank? But now, because I'm bringing in the honey at a bigger volume, and I need to try to keep it from crystallizing, I need a storage unit, facility, or whatever you want to call it. And when I got that, I was like, okay, I'm at that level that I need that piece of machinery,
Right.
to keep, and and that way I can go right to it. It's like I keep so many 2-pounders and 1s and all that kind of stuff. And if you get down and you need 10 pounds, or like, let's say 5 2-pounders and so many 1s. It used to be I had to carry the bucket up the staircase and all that, and I would wait till I'm almost out because it was so much of a drudgery work and hard to lift the buckets. Now it's on my back porch on a scissor lift. Just jack the thing up in the air, go out there with a cardboard box full of the bottles that you want to fill. And I use a scale. I weigh all my bottles, to make sure that it's not underfilled or overfilled. And so it, you know, it works out well. I can do all that. You know, I can go out there in 15 minutes. I'm done bottling and putting stickers on and everything else.
That's the thing is, but I think the key when you're smaller is diversification. I mean, like Brian, you've got a market in doing the creamed honey, and you become really good at doing creamed honey. So that's kind of like your niche right there. But you also do soaps and other things, right? So it's not just the honey. So
and that's we've got to fill our table, and especially if we don't have honey, we still have to have things to do, and that's kind of like what my wife likes doing the most, like the lotion bars, the balms, the candles, that kind of thing. So it's, you know, certain things will bring people to your table, but there's other things that they'll buy, like lip balms, stuff like that. You know, they're okay to me. I could care less, kind of. I really am passionate about the honey, but it really helps our business model just
Don't
to
you
have
find
a
that
couple other things here and there.
with all the products that you sell, Brian, that actually the lip balm and the lotions and all that stuff is more of the number one seller, and the honey's sort of like kind of the second rate, you think?
What do you mean by second rate?
Well,
like,
what I'm getting
what's
at
your
is
biggest thing that you sell the most of, and then I mean, do people stop by because they see the lotion bars and then they buy honey as an add-on, or is it honey?
No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. They stop to taste the honey, and then they look around and they see our other things. But what's great about the lip balms is, you know, some people, like, I bring an observation hive, I talk bees, and some people really appreciate that educational aspect, and they wanna walk away with something to show their gratitude, but something small. So that's the $6 lip balm, and that's got a really good profit margin. So if I'm selling a whole bunch of $6 lip balms, I'm okay with that. You know, it's better than them walking away with nothing. So
Right.
you got to have different price points too.
Right. And that's the you know, that's the same thing with you know, the infused honey, right? With peppers or cinnamon or whatever you're infusing. Everybody's laws are different, right? And it takes something that you would get $10 a pound or $12 a pound for, and now you're selling it for $15 a pound or whatever you price it at. But it's taking that core element and allowing you to increase the price of it, and make more profit. So for me, now, is it all about the profit? No. I mean, I've done things for people. I've given them a little discount here and there, you know, especially if they're coming all the time. You know, I've got a lady that cash apps me money, and she says, I just cash apped you money for 2 jars. Just leave them on your step and I'll drive by tomorrow sometime and pick them up. Right. So I put them in one of those grocery plastic bags and tie them up, set them on the front step, and she comes out and just gets them during the day sometime. And I've never met her. I've never seen her face. I wouldn't know her if she walked up, but she buys honey from me. And, you know,
my favorite is giving deals to kids. You know, if I see an 8-year-old kid who really wants the comb honey,
well, how much money you got? Well, I got $2.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's your lucky day. That's $2. You know,
not quite that deal, but
well, I mean, like there's a honey straw or something.
Deals.
How much do you got? I got a nickel. Here you go, buddy. Have a good day. Enjoy it. You know, and
like there'll be like a kid with their mom, and they've got like $10 to spend at the market, and they're checking out my comb honey. You know, you bet I'm gonna. Yeah, you can have that, and here's a couple honey sticks and a sticker. I love talking to the kids, because if they're excited about bees, I mean, I'm a teacher, man. That's my job. It's my job to get people excited about bees and appreciate them. And I mean, if you do that and they see the passion that you have for what you're doing, it's gonna come out on the back end, even if it's not every single time. It really makes a difference. People see how excited you are about what you're doing.
It is. I mean, and because of the way you do at the market, it's probably even led you to, hey, and I think you've even stated this, that, hey, can you put some hives out of my property? And then next thing,
Yeah.
now you've got, let's say, 3 more colonies out there, and now you got 3 more, you're making now 150 more pounds of honey, or something like that, and hey, I've got colonies, can you just come take care of them? Well, then you're doing your, so let's talk about that, Brian, because you've got some unique things that a lot of people haven't tapped into, like your mentor thing. I think you're doing a mentor thing, right? Or something like that, where you
I do consultations. I have a buddy who like sells annual mentorship. So he has an annual package and he mentors people for the entire year. I don't do that. I do consultation kind of things. And then I manage people's hive. That's probably what you're talking about. So I have annual management. So
Yeah.
there are people who aren't beekeepers. I just keep their bees for them. They're their bees, their equipment. They pay me to take care of them. I take care of them. I get them their honey in a bucket. Here you go. I do all the work. You get all the honey, kind of thing.
How much does something like that cost somebody? If I said, hey, Brian, I've got 5 colonies I want you to take care of, what does something like that, what would be a typical thing?
Yeah, so my rates this year have gone up, just because everything else has gone up. So I've increased my rates. So for 1 colony, it's $1,000 for the year, and then any additional colonies are $550. So because half my work is getting there, right? So I'm not going to charge $1,000 per colony. So I have 1, 2, 3 different management situations like that, and then the solar farm as well. So that's kind of in a different category. And it is a lot of money, and some people look at it and go, nope, that's not for me. But I think I've talked about this as well. If you don't value your expertise and time, no one else is going to. I'm not going to let anyone else set my value of my expertise. I know what I put into the learning that I've put into what I've done, and other people don't.
But does that include like their mite treatments and everything?
Everything. Yep, everything.
So, and the reason I'm asking this specific question, because a lot of people, when you sell them a nuke, at least around here, it's been my experience, you kind of married to them at that point. They've got your number, they called you to buy the nuke, and now every single question they have about bees, now you're the guy they call. And
I get one or two of those, Bob, but most of the people, actually a lot of my customers are people like I have 3 people from my club who have bought nukes from me. They're not bugging me all the time because I'm giving them that information on the club level. So they come to the club and they ask me questions. I'm doing presentations, I'm doing talks, that kind of thing. So they get that information there. I have one customer this year who's just been the biggest pain in the ass.
But
so I know exactly what you're talking. There's always 1 or 2 of them.
But to me, it's not, the actual question is not the pain. It's the amount of time specifically, and I know the guy's not watching, and I'm not talking bad. I'm just trying to generalize the situation. So the person that bought it is hard of hearing, right? Disabled, has hearing aids. They cannot hear very well when they're on the phone. Well, I'm at a job where I drive constantly and can't be texting, right? The information. And some of the stuff you got to tell people would be a paragraph, or, you know what I'm saying, a very in depth. So it's like there's this whole thing that I'm getting a message, but I'm at my day job. I want to answer it, but then it's kind of an inconvenience because I've got stuff I've got to do as well. I can't constantly be texting back and forth. So at that point, it's like, how do you approach the situation? Look, hey, buddy, I would love to mentor you. and show you what to do, but I don't do it for free. Or, you know, I mean, without being sound like a total jackass when you say it,
Yeah.
because that's not the intent. It's just that, again, you got to value your time. And most people don't understand that, hey, I'm working a day job, and then I come home. If I've got any orders, I'm working my business end of it. Oh, and by the way, I actually do have to keep bees at some point during that whole thing. So time is the biggest asset that we have, right? We only have we're not getting any more of it in our life. We've got an expiration date, and we have to manage that appropriately. So
now, Bob, I always let my new customers know, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. And most of the time it's been fine. They just have one or two questions. And again, you know me, I love teaching about bees, so it doesn't bother me. What I try to do is provide them a little bit of information and then give them a resource to empower them to go out and find more. Here's a really good book. Here's a really good YouTube, you know, here's a really good whatever, if you want to find out more.
Well, I always default back to the live streams on Tuesday nights and Friday nights and stuff, because the chat, even though we're talking to each other, the chat is going, they're always chatting and talking about different things. If somebody's got a question, I've never seen it not get answered. And a lot of times we'll answer it when we pull it up, you know, on the screen or something like that. So this is a great resource. And if you can't, like this fellow that can't hear well, then he could type it in chat up to 200 characters, and he'll get 50 different answers on there a lot of times. And knock on wood, even though we have sarcasm in our chat, everybody is pretty on top of it. If it's a question, they try to answer it. You know what I mean?
So Philip, and there's a couple questions here for me. Philip, about splits and swarms, it really depends on what the customer wants. If the customer wants more colonies, I'll split it for them, and then like prorate for the rest of the year the additional hive. So
what if not, then the split would be yours, right?
It depends on what the customer wants. If the customer doesn't want any bees, I can be like, look, they're going to swarm if I don't pull them back. I can replace these frames and walk away with some brood, that kind of thing. It's a conversation with the customer, because they ultimately are their bees. Like I have one farm that I manage their hives for. I've never met the owners. This is 30 acres in a part of Denver called Cherry Hills. Super rich neighborhood. I work with the property manager. I work with the farmer. Those are the people that I know. And that for them, money's no issue. So if I say, I need a new box, this one's falling apart, the guy goes out and buys whatever I tell him to buy. It's not his money. He's just charging it to whatever account.
So how do you manage their expectation on colony loss?
Because with education.
Well, obviously, but they're paying you to take care of these bees.
Yeah.
So you just educate them on the fact that, hey, you can expect annually this kind of loss.
This is animal husbandry. That's just the way it works. Chickens get killed by hawks. They get sick. They die. It happens all the time. My biggest problem last year, Bob, was I put these management gigs at top priority to the cost of my colonies. So I was out to these places every week, making sure that they got the best care possible. And my apiaries suffered for it, because those were the ones I got to when I could. So that's part of how I dealt with it, is make sure I give them, top-notch service.
Right.
So I had that one. They had 3 colonies. They bought 3 nukes from me. I managed those nukes. They got a killer honey harvest, the best honey harvest they ever had. That was 2021. And then 2022, those 3 came out of winter. I talked to the manager, what are you going to do? These colonies are going to swarm if I don't cut them back. So we made 2 splits. So they went from 3 to 5, got a really nice honey harvest last year too. And then 2 of them died out through the winter. So we dropped back down to 3. And then last time I was out there, I just made another split. And next time I'm out there, I'll probably make another split.
Do you charge them for honey extraction? Or is that
It
just
depends.
part of the gig?
It depends on the situation, but mostly yes. So my management covers everything. If there's a queen that dies, I'll replace the queen. If any mite treatments need to happen, I'll do that. If I need to test for EFB, that's a cost on me. But honey extraction is an additional service, and I'll charge you for that. Or not. You can go get it done somewhere else. That's okay too.
Or they can do it themselves.
Or they can do it themselves, absolutely. And here's a great video on how to do crush and strain. So again, I'm providing them all the information. I'm trying to empower people to not use me as a crutch, do this all for me. Yeah, you can ask me, you can have me be the expert, be the resource you go to, but ultimately I'm going to put it back on their lap.
Do they, when you charge them this $1,000 for managing their colony, do they pay you for the whole year up front, or do they pay you monthly?
It depends on their preference. I do it two different ways. I'll do like biannually, like split two payments in half. And I kind of prefer that because it allows me to get a check in July, August. It allows me to remember that I'm getting that check in July, August, and I need to really commit to having them be a top priority. Like, look, this is a lot of money. And I want to make sure I give them the best service I can provide. I get that. And I get everybody's not going to want to pay that.
Well, that's the difference, though. Sometimes I hate this. This is going to sound in sales. That's my shit. Sales is my shit. That's where I get down, right? In sales, sometimes pricing somebody out of it helps you avoid a pain in the ass. So if you can tell a lot of times just in conversations if somebody's going to be that guy, you know what I mean? And attitude sometimes dictates price. So as compared to someone that's pretty nice and conversational and gets it, they'll get the lower price. But if you're a hard-headed butthead when you start, you're getting the top of my price range is what you're going to pay to get me to deal with your crap for the whole year, right? So, and if they don't want to pay that, that's fine, because I'll go to somebody else that is easier on my stress levels, right?
Yeah. And for me, education is always part of the package. If you want to suit up and go into the hives and learn along with me, you're more than welcome to. That's usually not the case. So education can be just, I had this one lady last year who just kind of hang out and watch me. She'd watch me work the hives. She'd chat from a safe distance. You know, she wanted to have the bees, but not really do the work of being a beekeeper. So, you know, in that initial conversation, I'm presenting my educational background. I'm a lifelong educator. This is what I do. I teach people of all different ages, and that's what you're going to get if you want. So for that rich farm, I've educated the farmer, I've educated the chef, I've educated some of the guys who are just working the farm. Whoever wants to come by and see what I'm doing, yeah, here's a jacket. Come on, help me pick up this box. I'll show you what I'm doing.
Have you done that? Have you just give honey for yard to put bees in?
I just started a new apiary. Actually, my son and I moved 6 colonies in Friday morning, and he wants 10% of the honey harvest. And it's a sweet enough spot that I'm happy to do that. Most of my other ones are like backyards, and I give them honey too, but there's no agreed amount. That's right. So, you know, my first harvest, they're going to get a quart, make them really happy right off the bat. And then, you know, for the rest of the season, I'll give them what I can. I'll give them, like, if it's a lady, I'll give them like lotion bars or that kind of stuff. You want to keep those people happy because they're providing a service for you as well. They're providing a property for you to put your bees.
But it's two different business models. It's two different situations. One, they don't want to keep bees.
Yeah.
But they will allow you to put bees there. So that's one situation. But the one that you're talking about to me is a more lucrative from the aspect of they're buying the bees from you. So you're selling the nuke.
Yep.
You're getting paid to manage bees that you're familiar with. So,
Yep.
So that's a benefit. And on top of that, they're paying you to extract the honey out.
Yeah.
So
Now,
you're making multiple streams of income from doing the same thing as placing bees on somebody else's yard that you make nothing but the honey off of.
yeah. Now, when I started my business, I was taking every opportunity that came towards me. It was like, yep, and I learned really quickly that was a mistake. There were some I should have said no to right from the bat, and I learned that lesson really quickly. If something doesn't feel right, just walk away and say, you know what, this situation doesn't work for me, or just come up with some other, I'll call you in a week. And like some people, you could just tell, like this one guy, was a beekeeper, was a failed beekeeper, had equipment, wanted me to put my bees into his equipment with his dead frames, and like didn't understand why his colonies, like knew nothing about bees, didn't understand it. And they were like, my bees on your equipment? No, that doesn't work for me at all. So
It's either going to
that
be
one
my
I walked
bees in
away
my
from.
equipment or your
That's
bees in
right.
your equipment.
That's right. Absolutely. Because, imagine that relationship ending. Who gets the bees? Well, they're my frames. Well, they're my bees. How do you split that up? So I didn't want anything a part of that. And, with the pricing as well, Bob, I'm at the point where I don't have enough time to do everything I need to. So pricing people out is a good strategy in that sense as well. I can't take every single gig. I just can't do it because I'm not going to do it well.
Well, and see, that's last year I had the out yard at the chestnuts, and I don't mind putting bees down in chestnuts, but let's look at the hard facts of the chestnut grove. All of those nukes died. Not one of them made it that I put out there. So there's that, the unknown of if I put more bees out there, are they going to die? Don't know. Right. Do I risk it again? Because that's basically $1,000 worth of bees I put out there that died, right? 5 nukes dead.
Yep.
So do I risk that? I don't know. The second thing is the time drain. Now I have to go to some other yard to put bees and feed and make sure they're fine, treat and everything else instead of doing it right here. So now there's a time restriction. And the only benefit I get is if they make honey. And last year they didn't make any honey. So I got no benefit. I lost $1,000 and time.
Right.
So this year I haven't put any out there, even though they would love them to be out there. But I just don't have the time to go manage a separate out yard at this point. So.
Yeah. Now, Hope is asking, do my management fees cover adding boxes, supers? Yeah, that's all part of the regular management. Yep, it's my job to know when they need honey supers. They get all the honey, but I'm managing that honey flow. I'm taking them off, doing all that. Feeding costs are also part of it as well. Once again, I'm charging a lot of money, so I can afford a gallon of sugar here or there. I can afford a pollen patty here or there. I'm buying it in bulk now anyway, so my costs are lower for that.
Are you buying well, you bought global patties, right?
Bought 100 pounds at Hive Life. I've bought global patties for 2 years before Hive Life as well. I really like those. It seems like a pain in the ass to make your own patties, but that's another way to save money too if I wanted to.
And now there's when I made this last batch that I made, I still have my 5-gallon pail that I'm still scooping out of for my nukes and stuff. But that allowed me to add the apis into it, right? But you can buy a 5-gallon pail from Man Lake of pre-mixed pollen patty cheaper than you can buy the same amount of pollen substitute in the bag. And it's already mixed up for you. So now I'm starting to rethink, well, do I even want to buy dry pollen sub?
Right.
Good night, Rex.
And
And
then way back when Lagrange asked about extracting, I charge extracting fees just to the folks that I manage their colonies. I don't offer that service up to other people. I don't want to deal with other people's junk frames. I don't want to deal with questionable disease coming into my extractor. It's not my favorite thing in the world to do, so I choose not to offer that service. I could, but I just don't want to deal with it. That's one of the great things about owning your business. You get to pick and choose the work that you get to do.
well, do you tax them? When I say tax them, do you take a monetary dollar, or do you tax them in honey, that I'm getting a percent of the honey for extracting it?
No, it's usually I get the wax. But that rich farm, they wanted me to make lotion bars out of their wax. And I said, sure, I'll use your wax, and here's my price for lotion bars. And I made 50 lotion bars for them with their wax and sold it to them at a pretty good price.
Well,
so once again, it was a great deal for me. They got a really good product, and for them, I'm not even putting my label on my stuff. I'm letting them put whatever stickers they want on their stuff because they're buying it from me. It's theirs to do what they want. They're giving it out as presents to, Christmas presents to everybody, that kind of thing. So they can put whatever sticker they want on it.
that's the beauty. I mean, and I even did that with a few people, is that they wanted to buy a case, like 12 pounds of honey. And I printed their own label, right? Just went to the Apiary site, printed them a special label and made it up for them. And then they could be like, hey, this is, it made them feel like I went the extra step. I would have had to put a label on it either way. The only thing that it was is it took me a few minutes to make the design,
And some people do that for like wedding favors, little 2-ounce honey jars with something about, something and something, some phrase that has to do with bees or honey. So some people make a lot of money putting honey in tiny jars for wedding favors.
You can only have so many hives in one place. I've had 30 at home yard, but it seems to do better when I split them into different yards. I won't disagree with that, but then you go to Sam's house and he's got 100 colonies sitting out there, and you come to my house and I've got 50, and it just, I guess, depends on the yards and what you got around you. I don't have any other beekeepers really right up my right next to me,
3,000.
Hey, Carl.
Wow.
Well, it's like I had an out yard with, I was doing the same thing what Brian's doing, managing the colonies for the guy. He bought the boxes, bought everything, and wasn't that far to go, but between traffic and took you 20 minutes to get there. Then you get there like, well, I forgot to, I didn't realize we're gonna have to need something, and I'd have to go back, maybe the next day. Stuff like that.
That happens. Part of that work is, in your driveway at 7:00 in the morning, packing up that truck and taking really good notes the time prior. So if you need something next time, you've got it in that truck there. So I've made all those mistakes too.
Over $3,000. If he plays.
Carl, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. We're picking up some background or something you got going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not in my usual setting, so,
Well, good to see you, sir.
Thank
you, Carl.
guys. Hey, listen, I wanted to say to Brian, I have to get your number sometime and contact you, because you bring up some many points that I'd like to talk about.
Okay.
So sometime we'll get together.
Do you have Bob's contact information?
Yeah, I'll shoot you an email.
Yeah, sounds good.
You've been in the adult beverage tonight, haven't you? You're slurring slightly.
Well, that's why I dumped in here real quick. and I'm out.
All right, brother.
No worries,
I'm
Carl.
in, I'm out because I want to say, Brian, I love what you're saying.
Thank you.
So, and Charlie, you've been quiet.
You know, I talked, last night enough.
Come on now.
It's always good to hear Brian or anybody else.
But
I
love
I
what
need to
Brian's
learn
doing
things
now.
too.
I love what Brian's doing. So, I just
Appreciate
want to
it, Carl.
jump in here and I'm getting out of here and that's it.
All right,
Yeah,
brother.
sounds good.
Have a good weekend.
All right. Thanks.
No, I don't do a lot of feeding. I do a lot of feeding when it's necessary. I don't do a lot of feeding when it's unnecessary. Like, I am not feeding anybody now, except for my nukes that are brand new or my new splits that need feed because they don't have the foraging force to stock it away.
I mean, feed costs money.
Huh?
You're putting, when you feed them, you're putting money into them. The less you have to put money into them, the more money you can make at the other end. Yeah.
Hey, look
Yeah,
at that.
that's great.
Everybody's catching swarms on my lure.
Nice.
I need to get me the soundboard so I can hit what's that thing that you always hear like Pokemon? Wow! Like the anime thing you see on some video. You know what I'm talking about? You know the sound I'm talking about. That's
You
awesome.
can get a better sound than that, though.
Something,
like a gong or a bell or
ding,
something
ding, ding,
good.
ding, ding, ding. Yeah, like the opening bell of the stock market. Ding, 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 ding,
Yeah,
ding.
there you go.
Awesome. Yeah, I hope it helps too. Swarm, to be honest with you, today on Amazon, I'm goose egging. I haven't sold anything on Amazon today, which is very unusual. Very unusual. It's not been a good 2 weeks. So hopefully
He put them up 2 weeks or 2 days ago. Got 2 swarms.
I put them up in the right spot, clearly.
my dad says I'm making Democrat bees when I feed. I only feed when the dearth is on and when I'm trying to get them strong before the winter. That's that. And be honest with you, over the winter, I didn't put any sugar bricks or anything like that on them, like a lot of people were doing over the winter. So yeah, okay, I fed them up until they were full and then stopped, and that was the plan. And I still have buckets. I've probably got 5 or 6 buckets out there from the last time I went out there to get feed. So so I'm ready when the honey's over. I can slap some feed on them. But the main thing is it's cheaper to feed them than to replace them. So I'm not a big fan of feeding either. If I didn't have to do it, I wouldn't do it. But unfortunately, it's the nature of the beast around here. And Sam feeds a lot because he keeps his colony so weak because he's making nukes. And he sells tons of nukes. And now
that's part of why you can have so many there, because they're nukes. They're not honey production colonies. You couldn't have 100 honey production colonies, I bet, in that same spot.
Right. But then you look at people like, I don't know, Brad's got 150 right in that 1 yard. And James got 100 right in his 1 yard. And Ian, he's got 1,500, but he's got them spread out. But his yards, I've seen them. They got a lot of colonies in them.
Yeah, but most of those, I mean, where Brad has his right now and Ian and all, they're holding yards. They're kind of like, let's say nursery yards, getting them just up, just so, and then they move them out to other spread out.
Well, I know Ian does, but
Brad does too, I think. Pretty sure.
Well, Brad's got 100 colonies on pallets. He might. I don't know.
Maybe that. I that's what I understood. I thought that
James's are all in 1 yard, aren't they? Right now.
I think so. But you got to look where they're located at, and what, like Brad was talking about last night. here in Maryland, it's 50 pounds of honey per hive on average per season. Up there, it's 200 pounds.
Oh yeah. Well, so it's kind of got sidetracked a little bit, but yeah, obviously bees do two things really well, right? They make honey and make bees. That's what they do. That's the whole thing. So with Sam has gotten to the point with his that, matter of fact, this nuke I sold tonight was somebody that called him that he turned down because he is worried that if he doesn't stop selling nukes right now, that he won't be able to get his bees back to strength for the winter. And that's what he's focusing on, getting them back strong, because he's thinking about next year's business already. So I'll happily take that overflow business from him, because selling nukes is not really my business model at this point. So it's a great extra.
Well,
but
I think you need to be like me. You're going to sell honey. You have to find the niche market that works for your area.
Yep.
All right. Last year you sold nukes. You bought and resold.
No, this year. Last year was Queens. Last year was Queens. I did sell 10 nukes last year, but
now this year you're buying and reselling nukes, and you're growing them and all that kind of stuff. And then you're trying to build up your honey production so you can have honey, good honey sales. Mm-hmm. So, it's like the old saying goes, have multiple faucets. Yep. So if one dries up, then you still have a flow of cash flow coming in.
Drying up, next faucet. The next faucet. So
yeah, but in your bee yard, build your honey production hives up, and you got these nukes coming in and supply the nuke sale aspect of it.
Yep.
And then the word, like I said, you don't have to advertise. The word gets out. This guy's got nukes.
How many queens I could have sold already that I've turned people down because I didn't raise them. Not only did I not raise them, but when I was getting so many calls for queens, I called Cutix to do the same thing I did last year, and they don't have them. Yep. So I can't do that this year. So what do I have to do to fill that gap? Sell more nukes, right? So I'm able, because I'm not just honey, I'm able to juggle to hopefully.
Well, it's like myself. I sold nukes, in the spring like I normally do. I got one more to sell. I'm working on, the honey crop's coming in now. I actually went out there today. Like I said, I was going to try to graft today, but it's like, I actually went through the hives. I'm like, you know what? I don't have any grafting material to graft from or good stuff.
Well, come on down. I got some. You can graft away. But
my main goal was to graft today, because that way incubator day would have been Thursday of next week.
Right.
And I'm leaving for West Virginia on a Friday afternoon.
So when you came back, they would be ready to go into colony.
Well, they would have. Yeah. Well, I could have put them in the incubator, and I wouldn't have to worry with them. So that's not going to happen.
Well, I think these are my favorite beekeeping chats, the ones about the beeconomics, and it's great. Our normal beekeeping chat is great, but the beeconomics part of it is, a lot of people say, well, I don't do it for the money. Absolutely. I understand. However, it's not about the money as far as profit. It's about the money to be able to build more infrastructure to just keep it going, right?
The way I look at it, Bob, is I can't do it if I don't make money. Making money is allowing me to do it. Making money is allowing me to not go back to my teaching job so I can do this full time.
Which brings us full circle to what we were talking about before, as far as the you know, with the equipment and everything, is most people don't understand. And if you've got colonies like, you know, like I no doubt have at least $40,000 tied up in beekeeping equipment, bees, honey extraction equipment, you know, and that's pretty low. I mean, that's pretty low when you're looking at someone like James, who bought $4,000 worth of pro nukes to sell nukes in. And
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I'm just using that as a comparison.
Yep.
And you don't even think about it. If you're buying, well, I bought 5 colonies or 5 setups this year and 5 next year. And you don't really think about how much it's costing you. But when you sit down with somebody that's brand new and they're buying a nuke from you, and you say, you know, this is an expensive hobby. You know, what are your goals? I'll ask them, well, what are you trying to do? How big are you trying to grow? What, you know, because they don't understand when they buy that one used box that they're trying to just get that one colony. Well, that's great. However, those bees are going to grow to where you have to do something. You have to either put them in another box or add more boxes, and you can only add so many boxes and they're just too damn big to work, right? So there's always the expense. And if you're not making that transition, whether it's through honey or you know, the soaps and balm bars and all that stuff, then you're going into your pocket on whatever monthly income you've got to reinvest, to spend more, right? So you're really going negative. Does that make sense? Did I say that right?
No, it makes total sense.
And so that's the goal. So I just think it's exciting, because for me it's kind of like Sim Bees. If you've ever played Sim City or The Sims, right? Anything like that. It's
no,
like,
Bob, the thing of it is, you're just a natural born salesman and you love to buy and sell.
well, it's for me, it's like
that's your thing. You like that.
Well,
and you're good at it.
Well,
yeah, he does. He's got the gift of gab, and he knows, you know.
When you look at it, though, I mean, some of the stuff that I've done hasn't been successful, right? The queen flipping to me, yeah, it filled a niche. I sold some queens. I made $1,200. But if you look at the amount of money I had to spend to make $1,200, not a good deal, right? Not a good deal. So 100 queens cost me $2,800 to make $1,200. That's not a good investment. And people would be, but you made $1,200. Yep, but I tied up $2,800. And money, give you an example. I love my products, right? I love my lure. I love Apis Biologics. But that money right there, that's just money just sitting there that I've had to pay out. That's just sitting in a box right now, waiting on people to buy it. And so money you've got to be able to turn it. If you don't turn it, then it's just money sitting in a box, right?
And Bob, the problem with a couple of products you have, they're great products, but a product like the pens, you know, you get a loyal customer, they're not going to need them again for 5 more years.
Right.
So you're not turning over that product repeatedly. Same thing with your swarm rustler. You know, it's a great product. It's working, but if you buy one, when are you going to run out and need another one? So you've got to have that balance of products that people need regularly versus the good products that people aren't going to need quite as regularly.
Same as this.
Yeah.
It's a good product, but you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. So would you need it again? I don't know. It depends how big your your setup is. It depends how. I use it all the time because I use it when I go out and shake a swarm. I'll spray it on the tree limb so they don't go back. So I'm using it, but
Right.
not everybody does that. So yeah, Gray's home says that growing is complex. It is, but if you pigeonhole yourself to one stream of income off your bees, growing is even harder, especially at the smaller scale, right?
But you also have to stay focused and have a vision. You can't just say yes to every opportunity. You can't say yes to anybody who calls you up and has an idea about an ebook to write. Just because it's a good idea doesn't mean you should say yes, even if it is a good idea, right? If that's not what you have time for.
And you told me that straight out of the gate.
That's right. I said, I don't have time for this right now. It's
and then
a great
guess what?
idea.
He sent me an outline.
And that took 15 minutes to put together. But if I'm going to write a book, I'm going to put time into it, and it's going to be a damn good book, Bob. So I know what it would take to do that, and I know I don't have the time to do it well. And if I decided to put the time into that, that's time I don't have to do the other things that are part of my vision. So,
and that's the same reason why that email is still in my email, and I haven't started on any of it because I just don't have the time. Now, I almost did have the time, and I almost quit my real job the other day. And it was nothing to do with the job or the work. It was purely money pushes the world. I don't care what you say. Money drives everything. And since it's a commission type job, for me anyway, and I haven't made that much money because it's just getting into the busy season. So for some reason I had it. Well, I know what it was. When I was at the bread company, I had my heart issue, right? And the ambulance came and got me. Well, all of a sudden on my paycheck, there was $375 missing off of it for a garnishment that I knew nothing about that was coming. And that was 25% of my check, right? And so, of course, I questioned HR, and before I called HR, I went in my boss's office, and I said, hey, Zach, don't take this the wrong way. I said, but it's no, I haven't been making that much money here. We've had the chat. And he's like, yep. I said, and now I've got this garnishment that showed up on my check. And if it was for something like student loans where it was like $100,000 or a huge amount of money, I'd be like, I'm not going to work the hours I work here and have 25% of my check taken away that I can't control and work all these hours for the $600 that I took home. It's not going to happen because I make more money through Amazon and my website and YouTube and my bees more than anything, which I'm kind of neglecting because I'm not out there all the time. I would just have to leave. And he says, well, call HR and let's see what it is. And he talked me off the ledge because he didn't want to lose me. And it turns out it was only $478. So next paycheck, they'll take $53 and I'll be done. But had it been the crazy amount, I already had prepped my wife that I might be coming home and unloading my truck and we'll be dropping it off this weekend because I can make money. I don't have to make money there. Uber will pay me right to my bank account, and so anyway, that was the short story from yesterday. Wake up, Charlie. Wake up.
I'm listening.
It's going farther and farther back.
What did they take the $400 out for? Insurance or what?
It was an ambulance ride that they didn't bill the VA like they were supposed to. And it was just a whole thing. So it is what it is. we all have, well, I say most of us have things out there, right? But Brian's too busy, he's forgetting names. But
I am notoriously terrible at names.
oh yeah, good night, Brian. Yeah, I've still got at least an hour before I've got to worry about bees, so I'm down to keep talking. Yeah,
So I want to tell you guys this story. We had our so I'm in the Colorado Master Beekeeping program, and we had our spring camp today and yesterday, and it was all about queen rearing. Yesterday we set up a starter with a cloak board, and today we had like a class in the morning in a library, and in the afternoon we set up a grafting station, and we went. It was someone's apiary that was hosting it, and there was like 20 hives total. And I was there more to help than to learn. So in the afternoon, I volunteered to go into the hives to pull frames to graft from while the other folks were grafting. And I went into hive after hive after hive, and these hives looked so bad. It was like the fifth hive till I could find a frame with a sheet of capped brood across it. And I don't know if it was this particular individual and their management style, but in talking to a lot of other people as well and where their hives are at in the area, my hives are doing a whole lot better than a lot of other people's hives around here. And I think one of the reasons really is Apis biologic. So I was kind of talking it up a little bit. Because I told you guys the story. We're getting those queens from Jose out in California. And about 2 weeks prior, I wasn't sure where I was going to put 30 queens. So I bought Apis. I started feeding my bees, and they turned on a dime. And it was either a ridiculous coincidence or it really works well. I'm telling people, like, look, every colony that I have, I've pulled at least one split off. I have one colony that I haven't pulled any brood out of. Everything else I've pulled at least one split out of, sometimes two, and even more than that. And some people are like, when should we make our splits? Yeah, I think so too, Blaine. I really do. And I'm not a product peddler. I'm not a product pusher. I don't really use nutritional things beyond the global patties much, but man, I'm impressed. I really am. And I've only used the control. Is that the nectar one, Bob?
Yep.
That's all I've used so far.
But your patties have it in it.
Yeah, they do. Yep.
So,
Yeah, but
they didn't
they
they didn't respond to the patties like they did the syrup.
it is I will say that there are a lot of things on the market that are kind of snake oily-ish. You know what I mean? That you just, I'm not saying they don't work, but you can't really prove they work. You know what I'm saying? You can't, like, I've used what's the one you get from men, like, is it Pro Health?
Oh, the damn bees won't eat that
don't
stuff
know.
for nothing.
And I've used that. They took it, but I didn't notice any difference in my colony as before and after.
That Pro Health is about like honeybee healthy and all that. It's essence of oils, and it might honeybee healthy. The bees will take the syrup down quicker than they Pro Health. I tried a small
I
amount
saw
of
Fred
that Pro
Dunn's
Health.
thing on when he did the
Yeah,
side
that's
by
been
side.
6-7 years ago. He did that thing, and it's true, and but like you say, it doesn't really do anything except drain your pocket. Whereas
that you can
Apis,
put your finger on, but here's the thing. So now we've got Charlie, who's in Maryland. We've got Brian, who's in Colorado. You've got me that's here. 3 totally different geographic locations. And all of us had the same results using Apis. In Canada, I'd still say Ian would not use it. he wouldn't pay the money for it to put it on 1,500 colonies if he didn't see results with it. I mean,
And then you got like what's it called? What's the one that the rest of the crowd's pushing with the
This one?
fondant?
Hive Alive. Hive Alive.
Hive Alive. And then there's the one you've seen at these shows. It's a probiotic.
Oh,
Super DFM.
So, yeah, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's sound. Oh yeah, they're going to feel better. Well, okay, they're going to feel better, but are we going to see any results from it?
Well,
Apis is the only one that I know of is that you're going to see some. I mean, when I opened them hives up in that first video, I mean, they got bees from the bottom board to the top. And I'm like, I have never, ever had bees like that before. Now I'm kind of like, maybe I need to
back off.
You know, you're going to have to back off a little bit here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that was 2 tankfuls, which was 80 gallons. And in them hives behind me right there, I have those Man Lake feeders, which take about, well, you can fill them up 4 gallons, but I only used one side of that feeder, top hive feeder. It's about 2 gallons. So each one of them hives got 4 gallons of that stuff. And they, literally exploded in the springtime. A little more bees than I really kind of wanted. So I'm kind of like, okay, I might just only give them 2 gallons and see what happens.
But then what if you do 2 gallons, you're reducing your cost. Now, this is a thought. And think of diet and nutrition, right? As a person, they say if you eat good, healthy food, you don't feel as hungry when you're done because your body is getting the nutrients it's supposed to. And if you eat junk, you have to eat more because your body is not getting those nutrients. So if you use the same philosophy with honeybees and, you know, if you're not feeding them as much, but they're getting the nutrition they need, then they're going to be healthy and still productive. And if you give them more, they're going to take it because you gave it to them because they're bees. But, you know, it might be a way to save it down.
All I'm saying is that, yeah, I have the product, and yeah, I do more than 80 gallons of sugar water. I mean, I'm mixing probably 150 gallons at least. Well, yeah, 150, 200 gallons of sugar water for all my hives. I don't want to put that stuff in on every batch because I mean, it's just like, you want a little bit is a lot out of that stuff. And I don't know, the guy that we had him, was it Andy? What's his name?
Andrew Munn.
Andrew Munn.
When we first started.
Yeah, he didn't really want to come out and say, but personally, my theory of it is when you put that stuff in your sugar water, it turns it to nectar. It gives it the same properties as nectar is. And I think that's what they thrive on.
Steve says the state bee inspector was here on April 20th. He could not believe the advance his bees were compared to his own, the inspector's own colonies. So
Blaine, you should sell nukes, man. I see Blaine in the chat saying he wants to be able to go full time, and he's got way too many bees for the equipment. You know, maybe slow down a little bit, sell some bees, pocket some money. You know, get to that full time status. You know, I don't know what your business model plan is, Blaine, but you know, maybe selling bees is something you can add to for your business plan.
I mean, that was like when I sold 11 nukes so far. I'm going to sell a total of 12, but every nuke that I put out this year had 3 frames of sheep, cat brood in there, and frame of pollen, frame of food, there somewhere of that nature. And I've never had that. Usually it's like, oh man, I'm trying to find some brood, not now,
Well, you said the same thing in the fall with the other beekeepers in your club that are around.
Yeah, in October. Now, of course, it was mild, sort of. But usually, you're getting close to where November, wintertime is here when November hits, but mid October, I mean,
That's not hard to believe at all. Bees always prefer nectar over honey. Honey is for when they don't have the nectar. So that to me is not hard to believe. If it's springtime, they don't usually eat the honey stores from the winter once spring comes around. I always take it out and spin it out.
Yeah, I mean, bees want nectar. They don't want honey. They turn nectar into honey through their enzymes and mixing it and all that.
And that's for later use when they don't have any nectar. That's just reserve.
But I was talking to like a friend of mine. He lives in the edge of Pennsylvania, which is about 30 minutes from my house, 20 minutes. And he lives in a really nice area as far as nectar flows and stuff like that, especially in the fall. He has a fall flow. I don't. And, but I had an average of 2 to 3 frames of cat brood in those nukes and hives where he was hard to find one, big, sheet of brood in there. But
I mean, yeah, I'm on Team Apis for sure. I mean, I sell it, I use it. No surprise, I make money if you buy it. I'm not hiding that fact, but I also don't sell anything that I don't use really. So it's like, take it for what it's worth. But I know everybody that's bought it has had a very similar experience. Matter of fact, Morgan, that was in here, I don't know if he's still in the chat. He called me up this week. He said, I had regular 1-to-1 in my feeder, my rapid rounds, and they weren't taking it. He took it out. He mixed Apis in it, gave it back to him, and they started taking it. So
my theory of it turning straight sugar water into a nectar
like substance.
Well, he says the stuff that's in that powder is the same properties as nectar, or gives the sugar water the all the different things that go with nectar. And to me, it just turns your sugar water into nectar.
And for the price compared to the other stuff, it's
like
well worth it.
At Hive Alive, those pollen or what do you
Hive
call
Alive
them?
gives you a bottle
The fondants. No, you're talking about the
fondant.
fondants.
Yeah, $6 a pound. Come on, you can't afford that.
We're not on 50 colonies.
Right. You're paying for the fondant, right?
Yeah,
Someone's inverted the sugar and made a nice fondant patty, and I'm sure it works, but I'm gonna stick to sugar bricks if I need stuff over.
Well, that's what I did. I went out and I went to Amazon. I bought 2 sheet cake pans that are inch deep, and I mixed up like you say, the sugar with water, and I put a little bit of vinegar in there, and rolled it out. And actually, that thing will fit in my incubator, which is above the hot box, and it gets hot up there, kind of like putting it in an oven almost.
Yep.
Couple days later, it's brick hard, and I've scored it previous to doing all that to make sure I can make it into, I'll say 3x5 bricks. And last year when I first started YouTube, I did the frame with the wire and the newspaper, and then without the newspaper, and you had the wire, and then the bees are up in there kind of digging on it and all that stuff. And this year it's like, put the darn feeding shim on there and just slide the brick on there, which they can get over on the top, around the sides, underneath. And it worked out great. The only reason I used the sugar was my nukes were running out of food and stored honey and all, and I went ahead and put that in there for emergency situation, and it worked fine, and it was easy to make and all. So now I'm set up with 2 pans, and I'll be good for next year.
My biggest problem was, and this was the first year I really dealt with it, I just had too many colonies to be making sugar bricks 2 at a time. So I got behind on making sugar bricks. And they don't have to go on in October. You know, they can go on because it's emergency food. They can go on in
Right.
January, you know.
Yeah, mine
But I
go
like,
mine will go on more like in February. You know, February, mid to late February, early March. That's when she's starting to cook, brood, and they need the energy sources.
right.
And yeah, I mean, I feed her. People look at me like I'm nuts, but I mean, yeah, I buy a pallet of sugar. 50-pound bags. I go to the restaurant store, and I'll spend $1,000 or more on sugar. And it might not be as cheap as Walmart, but around here, you can't get you can't get 50, 25-pound bags somewheres, or, it's hard to get that. They want you to, they're used to selling small stuff. I can go to the restaurant store. They bring it out on a forklift. I want 15. Last fall, I bought 1,500 pounds of sugar. I used everything except for 250 pounds, and mixed it up and fed it and feed them hives until they quit eating and storing. And then I'm good to go until, the honey hives in August, we had that spotter and lanternfly bug in here, which they turned their honeydew into honey. I left it on the hive.
Into honey.
Yeah, turned their poop into honey is what they did. And I left it on the hive, and I monitored them hives through the, February, March. And, you had 8 frames of honey, or let's say 10 frames of honey. And then you had 7 or 8, had 6, and it worked out to where I didn't have to feed those hives at all come into springtime. And, but the nukes, I did have to feed them. I was feeling that they were running out.
Greg, it's way easier than dry sugar. It's a solid sugar brick, and I learned how to make it from a Cayman Reynolds video. And then I'm still pulling off, like in the spring, I'll pull off solid pieces left over, and then I'll just liquefy them in my first batches of syrup with what's ever left.
Yep, this past
Yeah, I
year,
mean, I think what he's talking about is like that. What is it? The mountain camp thing. Yeah, that makes a mess.
Yeah, that's how Sam does it. He just put on there.
It's easier. It's less work, at least on the front end.
But then you got strips of paper all over your yard where they've drug it out and dropped it. And I mean, I've done it, but the bricks, I like the bricks better.
The other thing I like about the bricks is they're absorbing the moisture. As the bees are giving off. As the bees are exhaling, they're giving off condensation, right? And that moisture is going to the top of the hive, and those bricks are absorbing it. So it actually makes the bricks a little bit easier for the bees to eat. It's just sucking up that moisture right there.
It's like a big sugar.
It works really well. Yeah. Yep.
Do the hive beetles abuse what, Mike? I'm not sure what he's asking about, but as far as I don't think that the hive beetles, if you're talking about apis, I don't think they abuse apis any more than they abuse anything else in the colony. I've kind of broke myself. I mean, and this year, knock on wood, not that many hive beetles. I might see 1, maybe 2. That's about the max of it. I stopped using sugar bricks. Because I use the apis because of our mild winters here and their ability to get out and fly through open feeding is allowing them to get resources when they need it. The only ones I put sugar bricks on were like some weak nukes where they didn't have the amount of foragers they might have needed, and they could, they would have it right there on top of them. And it was only like 2 colonies. So wasn't bad, but it worked.
And that's that. Good, Charlie.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's my
Go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say that's my goal this year is to try to feed them up in the fall so I don't have to put sugar bricks on.
Holy cow! Look who we got here. Oh,
Hey,
Brad.
Brad.
There he is.
You missed all the hijinks last night in the VIP stream after the show. A lot of you guys dip out way too quick after the stream. Last night was funny.
But as far as like making sugar bricks, I got these sheet cake pans, and I got it measured out and everything, and I can get about like 15 bricks out of a one sheet cake. And I thought I was supposed to get 2 of them, and I didn't. I got a second one now, so I can do 30 at a time, and that's plenty good enough. The bricks will last several days.
How big are you making them?
I think they're like 4x5s, something like that, or
Okay.
3. They're about. Yeah,
See,
they're
I was
about.
making mine way bigger. Like
I
I was
just used
covering all of the
bread
frames.
pan. I just made
Yeah.
a bread pan and put about a couple inches in the bottom. Why are we talking about sugar bricks this summer? Spring.
Yeah.
It's out of season. Ask us that in a couple months. Brad,
I'll have to do a video on that when time comes.
we did have a
Yeah, that'd be
question
great.
about your apiary.
You did?
We did. So is that you have your bees in one location?
Currently, I do have, I run 1 or 2 other yards during honey flow if I have sufficient bees.
How
What
many colonies
what I
do you
was
put in 1 yard?
I put 32 colonies because that's how many fits on my trailer.
But like behind you there's obviously way more than 32 behind you in your picture.
Yeah, there's about 80 right there.
But you wouldn't leave them in that configuration all year. You couldn't do it. Or could you?
Well, this yard is my home yard, and so it's a few hundred yards behind the house, and I keep everything there that needs any attention. Anything I'm going to requeen, anything that has any, I'm doing anything special with. Is it a queen breeder? Is it a, that's where I do all my grafting, and if I'm going to do OTS, then it stays there. So that yard can be very variable in its population, and it'll grow because then when I'm grafting and I'm making splits and I'm making new colonies, they all sit here. So it'll grow over the season.
So the question, excuse me, the question that came up was about how many colonies is a viable number of colonies in one apiary. I know some people say 40.
There's no good answer. There's
it's
no
a
good answer.
variable answer.
It all depends on what are your goals? Why do you want to put them there? Why do you want to keep them there? What's your forage like? If your goal is honey production, then you have to size your apiary commensurate with your honey flow availability. So
Now, how do you, I guess the real question from that would be, then how do you determine that? Trial and error?
Trial and error experience.
Okay, so
because you can
I
put,
would say
if you
that
put
you're-
40 colonies in a yard and you get X number of pounds per colony, generally average on a year, and then you put 60 colonies in that yard and your production drops per colony, you've got too many colonies. So that just that kind of thing. If you put extra colonies in that yard and your production per colony doesn't change, then you haven't saturated the area. Most people, it's how big is the truck? Because if you're going to take 2 truckloads, you're going to go to a different yard.
right.
But you would call your yard behind you, Brad, is more of a holding yard as far as like Ian. He puts out in a holding yard. He kind of preps his hives up, and then he distributes them out to out to other areas. The way I understood it, as
He
far as the
tries
honey
not
production.
to get too many in one yard, but except he deals with a lot of variables in the spring, so he'll move them to maybe 2 or 3 big yards, and then he'll start
Mhm.
picking away at those. And as he can get into his other yards, you saw him this spring trying to get the snow cleared to get into some yards. So definitely had to concentrate on yards that he could access. Um, I mean, my yard, like even this yard here, it's really not that big. Um, sure, I'll have everything there to like 2021, fall of 2021. I had 100, almost 170 colonies in that one yard, but it was the fall. They weren't foraging. They weren't, there was no
Now
honey
you're
flow.
at that point in time, it's a holding yard and you're prepping them for winter.
Yeah, I'm doing my oxalic acid. I'm feeding. Actually, I'm usually done feeding because I normally feed at the out yard. When I'm done feeding, then I move them home. It's just more convenient for me in some ways. It's more convenient to feed them at home, but um, it's more convenient workload wise because I start feeding as soon as I take the honey off. Running singles, I have to. And so there's no time period in there that between taking the honey and feeding that I can move the bees. And I can't, I don't want to move them while I'm feeding because then you see go and get all the pails and put all the feed plugs and then move all the bees and then put them in and then take all the feed plugs and then put all the pails. So you just leave them there. And one advantage there to leave them there is I can leave them there into early October. Then the weather is cooler and I don't have to get up at 3, 4, or 5 o'clock in the morning to go move bees. I can move them anytime I want because the weather is, I can generally find a day that's cool enough that they're just all indoors. I just go
Mhm.
pick them up, and I've actually a couple of times I've driven my truck and trailer over to my out yard. It's about 4 miles away from here, and then I'll drive my little tractor over, load the bees on the trailer, and either then drive the truck back, drive the tractor home, which takes a long time. It doesn't go very fast. And I've actually gone back the next day sometime, grab the trailer with the truck. It really depends on what the temperatures are. If they're going to stay indoors, then it's no big deal.
Right. So Jason at Bohemia Bee says he's found that his max in his yard, his home yard, is about 80. So,
And how do you determine that max? Is that a honey production max or some other metric? Because 80 is a lot for honey production. I think you must have a pretty lush forage source there
well,
for 80.
I don't know what my personal is yet because I don't know that I've hit that because I haven't had my colonies at the level to where they're all producing honey at a maximum capacity, right? So I don't know what my personal is. And but I'm close to the military base that's all woods. There's no other beekeepers near me. So I don't know what that level is yet, but we're going to find out. We're fixing to find out soon. So
Yeah, and like I say, a lot of these here in the summer, they're starts, they're nukes, they're just getting going, and so they're not big honey producers. They're not big, strong powerhouse colonies. I take the best to my out yard because then I don't have to mind them. I just take them there, dump them off, and say, "See you in September." Basically, I'll drop by a couple times, put supers on, and that's about it.
yeah, so he says he runs about 45 to 55 honey hives, and the rest are all bee production.
Yeah, yeah. So that's probably similar to what I'm doing here in my backyard.
Guys, I
So,
gotta go lock up my birds. I'll be right back. I gotta
All right.
put my chickens and ducks away.
Get your chickens in a row, your ducks in a row too. So,
Well played, Bob. Well played.
I've got
So you didn't believe me my test method for my fence today. You didn't believe me, Bob. I really should have got that on video. That was quite remarkable.
and then you wonder how can a bee how can a bear hit that and just come right through it? I guess they just get that running start and knock it down, and then
Well, there was a deficiency, and I think I remedied that. and so the bear was about to meet his demise tonight if he showed up, but I gave him one more chance to respect the authority of my fence.
Would you have a grounding issue?
Yeah, it's just wet and whatnot. So I did a much more thorough inspection of the perimeter and fixed a few issues. And I think
Yeah, that's like I watch this one guy up in New York State, and he's a farmer, and he's got T-posts and all that, and electric wire, and of course, if a piece of grass or whatever hits it, it'll short it, or maybe an insulator isn't right, and he was going through all these different ways of doing things about finding where this drainage was on the fence. And he just didn't want to buy a machine, one of them tools that you put on the fence, and it tells you down here some
Yeah.
places where the problem is.
yeah.
And he finally got it through his thick head to buy one of them things for $60 or $70.
Well, I looked online here, and it's the ones I saw were a lot more than that. But
I don't know. I don't
didn't
really
know
know
that
what
existed before today, so I'm
Oh,
gonna.
really?
It's
Well,
about
anyway, he puts
250
it on
bucks
there,
Canadian.
and now
So
yeah, well, he puts it on the wire and says, okay, there's a leak down here, and as you get closer, it tells you.
yeah, pinpoint.
And now you
Yeah.
see him using it all the time. And I'm like, don't
Yeah.
be so hard headed, buy
Yeah.
something that's going to, especially in that situation. I
Well,
mean,
that tester, is less money than one nuke.
well, I was
for
just
it
going to
that I
say
can
that.
sell,
Look
so,
what you lost in bees and boxes
yeah,
getting tore up.
yeah.
It's going to pay for itself.
And I don't want to overstate it. He's made a mess a couple times, and it's more unnerving because the potential is there. But I've really not lost anything hardly on. There's one frame that I can't find. It's gone. So I'm not sure where he took it. He broke a jar. And he wiped out one nuke that was kind of dumpy anyway. There's a couple more nukes that there was one colony that he tipped off the stand and upside down. So I'll have to do a queen check on that in a few days. But Charlie, I'm so lucky. He really hasn't this time.
Mhm.
He didn't bust up anything else. He messed up a number of frames in that nuke, like scooped the comb off it. He was eating the pollen and whatnot. So,
Well, what's
yeah.
the bear like? Just the honey, or they like the brood and all
It's the
kind of stuff?
protein. It's the protein they want. Yeah, but bears are indiscriminate. They just smash and grab and chomp and chew, and it's terrible.
Mike, that's what Jason said to you at Bohemia Bees. That's the same way when somebody wanted me to bring bees out. It was based on them coming to buy honey. So they were buying honey, and they asked me, hey, we got this much property. We'd like to have some bees out there.
Yeah.
And that's how it worked for me. I've never advertised or anything like that for it. It just kind of happens.
The main thing of it is the word gets out. This guy's got honey, or this guy's got nukes, or this guy's got queens. I mean, another thing is join your local club. If your club has any ability like mine, we put out a list every year. Are you going to sell nukes, and what your price is, and the size of the nuke, a medium or a deep, or stuff like that. And we list all that, and we send that out to 250 members of the club. The word gets out, and then we also on our website have a list, I guess you would call it, where it's kind of color coded, where, I sell queens, I sell honey, and I sell nukes, and then other people on that list might be a woodenware supplier. They also sell woodenware, and you can go to those listings and stuff. And we have, you be listed on that, the bee people are focused in on that. And then as the word gets out, especially nukes, it gets out in the community beyond
I'm the bottom dweller on nukes.
Huh?
And when I say I'm the bottom dweller on nukes, so I don't advertise for it. I just catch overflow when people start looking for bees. I got it. Right. And I don't I haven't put a lot of effort into actually trying to sell nukes. It's just
And nothing wrong with that, man. People who buy them, they don't look at you as bottom dweller. They look at you as the savior because they couldn't find nukes somewhere else, and oh, Bob's got nukes, so you're their favorite guy.
Yeah.
and then I don't discount them. I don't.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like people ask.
Nothing drives me crazier than when I look online and in my local area, I've got a nuke for $135 or $150. I'm like,
Yep.
why? I don't understand it. You can sell if you just sell at what everybody else is selling. I'm not saying charge them extra. Just sell it for what they're selling it for.
Yeah. Market forces. There's been word around here that a commensurate price for nukes is 100 times the price of honey per pound, like in a barrel, honey in a barrel. So honey's $2 a pound in a barrel, then it's $200. If it's $3 a pound, it's $300. So that's just kind of one of the market forces around here.
Like my mentor sells them for $185, but he doesn't provide boxes. They have to bring their own box to carry it home in. So it's $185. So if I sell it for $185, great. But if you need a box, it's $200.
Yeah.
Because you're taking that home with you.
Well, mine go in these little guys, and I just offer a $20 refundable. They bring that product back, then you get your $20.
I went up to my friends, who's a supplier and all. But anyway, he sold this guy a nuke, and it came in them pro nukes. And I don't know, his wife was telling me that he had an issue with one of the nukes. He said, no problem. He says, just, if it's, it's dwindling or whatever, package that bunch of bees back into the pro nuke that you have, bring it back, and we'll swap it, or whatever. And he says, well, I took that to the dump. And I'm like, he says, you're supposed to keep the darn stuff to use it and and all that, brand new beekeeper. And I think his wife is one of them, everything's got to be in the dump, the packaging has to go in the trash right now.
If it sits still for more than 10 minutes, it goes to the dump.
Yeah. And the guy, and she said, the guy said, well, you're supposed to keep that because, it's a useful tool. You can do so much with it. Well, I didn't know that,
Yikes. Well, at least recycle. It's recyclable if that's what you want to do. But, geez.
I know.
So I had a good day here. I had to make 12. I think we made 12 splits. Had a couple of buddies show up. My wife came out to help, and so we had 3 people finding queens and making nukes, and me running around doing support and getting equipment and everything. So it was really great. We made all our splits. They're now sitting in the honey house, staying cool. And so I'll leave them in there tomorrow night. And then Monday we'll take them out, do some cell checks, get the new queens in.
Sounds like everybody had a pretty busy day today. I've got 20 nukes that'll be here supposedly in the next 40 minutes that I got to go out and install. So
I don't know. Were you listening in earlier, Brad?
I checked in from time to time, but we were watching a movie.
Yeah, so. I went up to my friend. I was been looking for queens and nothing has came in, and his wife said, "Well, we got a bunch of queen cells. Would you want them?" I said, "Yeah, I'll take them. I don't care what I can get. I just need some queens. Something quick if I can get it." So I went up there and we were going through their nukes, and I found a frame there that had a bunch of queen cells on there, at least 6 or 8 of them. And so I shook the bees off, put it alongside the nuke stand there, and we went and looked at some other stuff. But that was about the best frame we could find because they had been doing some splits prior to that the day before. And so when we came back after looking at a couple more nukes, Lloyd says, I think that one hatched there, So we brought it. I said, yeah, right there she is. I said, give me a queen clip, I got her with a queen clip, and I said, here's another one, and by the next 5 minutes, it's like I'm walking towards my truck, which I have a little right alongside the console there. I keep a bunch of queen clips in there, and I used them all. I had 5 of them, 5 virgins hatch within 5 minutes going to the truck. And then I said, well, I got a couple more here. I said, I'll take that, and just put it in the hive and let it hatch naturally in the hive. So I put it in a, cardboard transport box, easy nuke box. And so I brought my queen, I put them in JZBZ cages. And so anyway, I distributed them across my hives that needed queens. And so I was getting late in the day, and I went on the back of the tailgate there, and I opened up that JZBZ thing, and I'm like, it's like, I think those are the ones that weren't hatched yet, and there's one that's open.
Oh,
and I'm looking around, and here's this, she's got her head down in the cell and her butt sticking way up in the air. I said, I think that's her right there. And I'm like, kind of like blowing on her and pecking on her, and she finally back. Yep, that's her. I scooped her up. So now I got 6 of them, and I'm like, there's one there, and I'm like, I got my something real sharp, I kind of like picked at the darn cell hole because it would look sort of thin, and there she come walking out, and oh, there's another one. So out of one frame, I got 7 virgin queens.
No way.
I was like 5 of them in 5 minutes. Like, oh, there's another one. There's another one. There's another one,
Charlie, you need to send it to this person.
That's awesome.
So what do you think about this? For sale, 3-pound packages with no queen.
There you go. Perfect.
In Georgia. $65. 3 pounds of bees with no queen. Just bees in a box.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, a lot of guys down that area where you're at, Bob, buy that to I think they either put them in, they would use them in queen rearing. I forget just what it
making mating nukes.
Mating, yeah, that's it. That's what it is. They scoop them out and put scoops of bees in those little mini mating nukes and stuff like that.
Really?
Kudiks will do that.
That's a good
they'll
price.
buy bees just for put in the mating box.
That's but then you don't know the age of those bees, right? So it's not like a starter finisher. You're just talking about just a cube or something like that, or
You're talking about one of them styrofoam miniature frame like Brad makes.
Yeah,
and you take a big a measuring cup, and you take a
so what do you do? You just squirt them with some sugar water and dump them in a colony, and
no, they don't. Well, you scoop them up with a measuring cup, a cup measure, and then you dump that in that little styrofoam box.
You should
then you put a cell in there and put the 2 or 3 frames in it, Brad.
You could. The only thing that would make it better is if they put only 40. The bees are only 44 days old.
I think mini mating nukes hate me more than I hate them, because
I don't like them.
We don't understand each other. So I'm not going to be any kind of reference or authority on how to use them.
Yeah, but I figured you knew because you built frames for them.
Well, it was for somebody else. I did use
okay.
them. I used the wooden ones that I built for 3 years. 3 years, and I still didn't get along with them, so I sold them.
I get that is about 10,000 bees, I guess. But the thing is that you don't. I don't know. I guess if you were going to dump those in a weak colony to give them some field force or workers, you might be able to do that.
Well, that's how they do it down there. Like Kudiks, if they're low on bees, they'll buy boxes of bees from other people and put them in them mating boxes.
The University of Guelph has a really good video on charging mini mating nukes, and I'm not a big fan of them either, Brad. I'd rather raise queens on full frames.
Yeah, I've seen that one where they're tapping the box on the table and passing it down. They're filling it. Yeah, it's like an assembly line.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're doing lots and lots that's the way to go. But if if you're
Yeah.
only doing, it really depends on how big your operation is. But
Yep.
I can stand to do probably 40 or 50 mating nukes that are made up of deep frames,
Hmm.
especially when I start late May and early June, because I can run 2 frames in a 4-frame box because there's no honey flow, and it doesn't matter if I leave space. So that's easy. It's super
Yeah.
easy. You just go
I
and
like
take.
the resource colonies. I'll do frame feeders on the outside and 3 frames inside, and it's on a deep frame. You get a chance to really see the laying pattern. You
Yeah,
can't really see that in a mini mating, and you're absolutely right. That's a production
it's
model.
tough. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I use the 2 frame framers that I built myself, and they'll hold, deeps, or I have some that hold mediums. Now Gary's talking about Sam Comfort. Actually, he's going to be in my area here, and I think maybe it was this week. Didn't what's her name? What's the girl from Florida that stopped at your place?
Who, for
Bob.
me? Oh,
Yeah,
Tucker?
Tucker.
Tuck.
What was that? Was that? Huh? Was that last week?
Tuckabee.
Tucker B. Yep. She was here. No, it's been several weeks ago now.
Okay. She's supposed to be, I think, this weekend up at Carroll County teaching queen rearing and all that kind of stuff. And I think that Sam Comfort guy was supposed to be there too. I don't get, why would you want to use skewers to grow queens on? I'm like, get with the program, get
Well,
standardized.
people can do whatever they want, but I don't buy into the whole I've solved all the problems of a beehive and built something completely different than anybody else uses. The bees don't generally care, what kind
Right.
of beehive. I mean, Seeley kind of proved that. He's got so many things that he says about where a swarm prefers to live, and there's so many things that he says they don't care. They don't really care. I've tested all kinds of different configurations. They don't care.
I
They
think the
want these.
logic behind those is just the cost input. They can build those hives super cheap. Everyone knows how expensive frames and foundation are. I think they're just trying to rear queens with the cheapest box that work. And they stack really easily. It's almost like a Waré kind of model. It's really, really simple design and easy to do.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind that kind of stuff. I like I say, I just don't buy into when I've solved all the world's problems by
Yeah.
doing something that nobody else does. That's fine. I just don't. It always to me sounds like somebody's got something to sell. If whether they do or not, they sound that way.
Yep.
I'm into different things. Doing different things. Those 6-frame nukes that we run, Bob's got one of those going, and you stack up the 6s side by side and put the 10s above. That's pretty cool. Does it solve all the problems? Is it the best idea in the world? No.
I
But
can't get my damn bees to go up in the top frames.
you don't have the touch, man.
I got to do
They're
something.
not Canadian bees. That's why.
Not Canadian bees.
They got to go up north. They won't do it.
Yeah. So, Bob, I mentioned, and I didn't get a rise out of you. I was going to come on earlier when I said that I grabbed that fence, and you didn't believe me.
I didn't.
You didn't believe me. And I said afterward to my wife, I said, why weren't we videoing that? My phone was in my pocket. I'm glad it still works. Because it went right down my arm and into my boots. Boy, that would have made some good content. Holy cow.
Good thing you didn't accidentally take a leak on it.
There would have been a lot of beep, beep, beep in that video had I done it. I guarantee that fence works now.
I found my hair roller cages on Amazon. I think I bought a 50-pack of them for about, I don't know, $12 or something.
Yeah, I had that one.
Again, Brad. He says, "No friggin' way am I doing that again."
What's that, Brad?
he says, "Do it again for the video." Texas beekeeper,
Oh,
do it again for the video. I'm not grabbing that again.
mm-mm.
What size?
Crazy. I'm not stupid.
Hair roller cages only come in one size, right?
No.
Yeah. No, but what I did was this morning is I went back here where I was going to do a NICOT system, and I had the white and the brown piece that goes together, and I can use that as one of them hair roller plugs, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that works out well. And I'm looking at that Easy Peasy outfit, $75 for those squared off things.
Brian's got them.
I bought they're $2 each, so I bought 20 of them.
Well,
Is it
he has that $75 starter kit where I think there's 20 or 30 of them with the
I don't
tray.
need that. I just need the cages.
Yeah. But now the cages only work. I mean, do they work where you put the JZBZ cup in the top of them?
Yeah,
And I think
they fit right in perfectly.
Okay.
James says,
asked
"Is your
if the-
fence
if the
pulse or
fence is a
full time?"
pulse. No, the full time, that's old timey stuff. Modern fencers are pulse. They call them low impedance, and those old fencers, that was dangerous, and they call them grass fire starters. They almost burn the fence post off of the ground sometimes. Yeah, these are just a capacitor thing that unloads through the fence on a, I don't know, it's about 3 seconds or something. And that's part of the difficulty to what I did today. You stand there and you kind of put your arm against it, and I didn't even touch it. It was through my jacket.
Hmm.
I touched it with my jacket, and you got to wait for it to click, and it's kind of scary. When it clicked, all right.
Zap.
I got it because I was wet. I've been walking in the water, and so I had a really good path to ground, and I got it in the arm and both ankles at the same time. Just felt like a shotgun had gone off in my body. Holy cow. 30 mile. Oh, well, yeah, that's a pretty short fencer by today's standards. The good ones you're buying are 400 miles of wire. Mine's 50 miles, I think. It's a two jewel fencer, which is,
You
it's
about blew
really strong.
Your 2 joules off.
Just about blew my jewels off. That's for sure. Good thing I wasn't planning on having any more kids, because.
And we're back to last
And
night.
we're back. Anyway, so that was my fun for the day. But he actually broke the fence. We had to fix one of the wires. He broke. He just pushed his way through it, but I think he could because it wasn't going to shock him very much, if at all. So if he comes tonight, I think he will have a different experience.
He'll find out that he's not welcome.
He'll bring tears to his eyes when he touches that with his nose. I'll guarantee it.
And even Dennis laughed at that one. I ain't seen Dennis in a while. He's been AOL or AWOL from our chats for a minute. Man, I think I just got these glasses and I already feel more blind than when I got them.
You got to get the implants, buddy. That's
The
awesome.
bionic eye.
Yeah, the bionic eye.
It used to be I didn't wear glasses, well, obviously at all, but it got to where I couldn't read a menu at the restaurant, like you were saying, and I was getting further and further away.
Yeah, that's just getting old.
And now I got these glasses, and my sight was better, but now it's like it's like it's getting worse now. And I've only had these for a few months.
Wow,
So,
that's no good.
yeah, going blind, losing my hearing, just generally falling apart.
So I learned a lot about so every time I have trouble, I start reading about fences to see what I could do to make it better. And so I learned a bit about fences tonight, and fencers and whatnot, and it got me thinking. Uh, that as president of a regional association, that I'm going to get some people on a Zoom call and do a presentation for the association on two things. Get somebody on from maybe from a fence controller manufacturer, perhaps, and talk about how to build a very good fence and whatnot, and then also get somebody on with the our provincial agriculture department will compensate you for loss if a bear or any other wildlife, but bears generally bust up your stuff. So get somebody on from that organization to talk to our membership. I think that would be helpful. Yeah, lots of ground rods. I actually have a 100% perimeter ground wire around the area because I'm not fencing hundreds of acres. I just run a fourth line right at the ground, which is the ground line. So there's a lot of ground potential there.
Well, guys, I would like to say I hate to cut it short, but we've been going for 4 hours.
You're going to cut it off at 4 hours?
Well, only because in about 20 minutes I'm supposed to have a truck of bees pulling up. So I've got to.
That's what you're supposed to do the live as. You take your camera outside and do the live.
Wouldn't be able to see anything on my camera out there. It'd be so dark.
Well, just put a big white light on the front of your head right there.
Oh, yeah. I'm already worried about them flying up to the street light that I've got.
That's Charlie, full of good advice, eh?
For the comic relief.
Just make sure you video it.
Yeah. That's the thing is none of my cameras will produce a good nighttime image. And I'm worried that I've got this power pole that's got a light on it that kind of shines over my apiary.
Yeah, dusted on.
Yeah, and then probably going to have a issue if we crack them open to move them to the new boxes and they start flying up into the light, and they won't know where home is. So I don't know.
Can you turn that off? Can you turn it off?
I could shoot it out. That's about it.
Well, if you had some red lights, you could use, you could see if it was dark, totally dark.
Yeah, I'm just worried about any bees that decide they're just, oh, we're free, let's fly, because it's night, and then not knowing where their hive is because they don't have their hive yet. Then it'll be a situation.
What's he doing? Transporting them in his nuke boxes or something?
Mm-hmm. They're coming in three-frame wooden boxes, and we take them out and put them in 5-frame boxes.
I don't know. I mean, as long as you put that hive right next door to your pro nuke and just go up, in, dumping bees in and close it up real quick, I don't think you're going to lose a whole lot.
Yeah, he said something that he might just leave the boxes. So if he does that, then we'll just unload them and I'll install them in the morning, right? So
yeah, that's what
it goes.
Like Lloyd up there has boxes from Kudix up there, when they were using the wooden boxes, and they pick them up a later date or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see how we do it, how it works. But yeah, so I'm gonna jump off here so I can get prepped. I've got everything, I think. Of course, I tried to do it during the day and make sure everything was set up so when he got here it'd be easy, but it's never always, it's always, hey, you got this? Oh yeah, let me go find it, Now it's dark and finding it'll be even more fun. But yeah, so that's what I got going on. But you guys are more than welcome to stay in the VIP room and chat all you want. And we only charge $5 admission to the VIP conversation. Brad's
only $5? I've been giving you 10.
Oh shit! I forgot. Well, it's 10 Canadian, so you've only been paying
Oh, that's
$3.50.
what I've been paying
So-
in Canadian dollars, so it's a good deal anyway.
So, hey, that's not a bad idea. If I had more members, like in my member area, to have a members only chat where you could like come in and ask one-on-one questions type of deal, that wouldn't be a bad gig. But
You have to get bigger names than me.
well, we could get people. Dirt Rooster sends me like Instagram reels and Facebook reels and all that, like almost every day.
You're just on his spam list. That's all.
Spam list. and we share our favorite hip hop videos back and forth and stuff like that.
Yes.
But OnlyFans, yeah, like OnlyFans. I just started a beekeeping OnlyFans page. And then we've got membership like monthly that you just pay to come join the chats. You go on some live streams and they just like they make it rain super chats and stuff, and we do hours and hours and hours, and once in a while you'll see that bling super chat pop up, but it's very once in a while.
Well,
so maybe
that's what it
we're
is.
just not putting enough great content out. I don't know.
I don't know. I understand what you're saying. You watch that one group, and they're just talking circles around the barn all the time.
Well, this is coffee shop to me. Like talking to you guys, it's enjoyable, it's casual, and you include people, you include whoever. I don't have to ask you. I see you on. I click the link, and hey, how you doing?
Yep.
Well, it's a true our big family that we have, and
I like to call this like an online bee club.
Yeah.
Basically.
And I like it the fact that we can bounce ideas off of each other and get different ways of doing things and stuff like that.
I like seeing
once
the contrast between like my climate and your climate. Like I like seeing that contrast because I'm still trying to figure that out. What you guys go through, because boy, you guys have some struggles.
Yeah, it hadn't hit us yet this year. It's good. It'll come though. It's coming.
Yeah. Sorry.
The other thing I like is once you get to learn the personalities, you know which questions to ask which people. Like Mark Miller doing the queen grafting, you'll get him to certain questions. People are asking me. I had Mark Miller call me up, asking me about creamed honey. I got my cat here too.
Yeah, this guy can't. He's just the biggest baby, so he has to
be places
care
at the same time. They look almost identical.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's my pudding.
No, this guy's. He's about 16 years old. He's just a big, lovey boy. He needs his attention.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying about Mark and all, we all have our, it seems our specialties, I guess you would call it, and all that, and it's like there's a lady here at the local government is interviewing me here last week, and she called me up, I think it was yesterday, for some more information and basically how beekeepers are interacting with the produce farmers and stuff, where we're doing pollination. There are some folks in my club that do pollination at a small scale, and how, and she's asked me, well, why do you like beekeeping? I said, well, it's very interesting. It's scientific. I said, we have a community of beekeepers. The internet has brought this great large community from people across the whole United States and Canada, and we get together through the internet. And I said, then we have and I call it now as Hive Life has become the rendezvous, like the old
the family reunion.
Huh?
It's the family reunion.
Yeah, but it's like back in the mountain days, the mountain men, they had rendezvous where they're trading their beavers and their pelts and having a good time, every spring of the year or whatever time that was.
Big old party. That's what it was.
It was a big
old
party.
party in the mountains. That's right.
And hive life for us, I mean, like you say, I'm in Maryland, he's in Canada, South Carolina, Denver, Colorado, and we all converge on this one location and have a big party and have a lot of fun.
All right, so I have to ask you, since you said you know who to ask what questions. Well, what the hell? What's mine then? Where's my questions?
You got the bee economics. You're the
right,
sales
Bob.
guy.
Gadget of the day.
Guy?
Yeah, that's right.
So I don't know.
You're a salesman, deep down through and through.
And look at all the guys last night. Like Mark was asking you how to use his phone. He's like, all right, how do I do this? And you knew exactly what to tell him. That wasn't a question for me, Bob. I couldn't answer that.
Well, it's trial and error. I just try to make chicken salad out of chicken shit, so that's what it comes down to, right? So it's trying to make a situation into a better situation. So how can I take something that's maybe not as favorable as it could be and try to make it a little bit better, whether it's, like you said, infusing honey to make a little bit more off the honey, or flipping queens to generate a little bit more cash flow, or, creating a swarm lure and a I don't even know what you want to call it because everything's got its own name, but like a honey robber or a honey bandit or something like that, right?
Yeah, but see, you have an education in that, and you're using your education. That's how you've invented all that stuff.
And my shit works.
It works. It works. You're not just somebody experimenting. Well, let's see what this does. Chemically, because of your background, that this is how it works chemically. And you're putting, these emulsifiers and all that kind of stuff in there. And
for me, one of the things that attracted me to your streams was your entrepreneurial spirit. I'm a very kind of thoughtful, methodical person. And you're like, here's an idea, let's go for it. And that you doing your hot honey last year encouraged me to try my hot honey. And that partially led to me getting that Aurora site. So it's just that gung-ho attitude is something I really get a lot of good energy out of. Yeah.
I try to take calculated risks. So okay, so the nukes, right? I'm paying $100 a piece for them. Just like a package, right? No big deal. However, it's $2,000. So what's the worst side of that? If I don't sell them, I grew my apiary. If I do sell them, then I make money. So I don't see a downside in that, So that's why I do things. Well, if I sell swarm lure, then I make money. If I don't sell swarm lure, I'm out whatever my initial investment was, right? So it's like, it's just a gamble, and I'm just betting on me. I bet on me because I know that I will do what it takes to get it done. Now, what I have a history of is I trust people, and I have a history of being let down by people that I trust. So I just started internalizing everything that I'm not going to bet on that guy. I'm going to bet on me. And if it fails, I have no one to blame but me. And if it succeeds, well, then I also can blame me, So that's kind of how I look at it, It's
risk management.
What's that?
Risk management.
Yep, that's exactly it. It's last year I spent a ton of money on boxes. I never used them. Money just sitting there. This year, I went the other way. I'm not spending money on boxes because I've got them. I hate to say I'm not going to be forward thinking, but I did that the first and second years where I bought stuff thinking it was going to be this awesome thing and wasn't able to fill them up. But I spent the money.
But what you did there is like I did. I bought 6 cases of frames a year ago, and you bought boxes. Find boxes now.
Yeah.
You're glad you got boxes
Boxes.
because,
I bought
because
some
of the
frames.
availability of woodenware right now and frames and all this other stuff is for some reason there's a situation there. I don't know why, but it's just like I bought last year. I bought a case. You know, I do the plastic bottles, the 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, and my club goes. You know, instead of me driving up there to where they get it, they go up and get it for me, and I might pay an extra couple of dollars, but I mean, you save that in fuel. And I have a case of each. And last year I got it early enough to where, oh, we can't get this, we can't get that because of COVID or something at the time. And I'm like, well, I'm setting pretty because I already have in stock, 3 different size cases of stuff. And that kind of, and it's the same way right now. I just started using those other cases. They're getting ready to go out and get another shipment. Well, give me 3 cases of the 3 different sizes. And a case of each. Always think ahead. The price is always going to change. It's either going to go up or, most time it's going to go up. It's not going to go down.
Well, last year I bought a bunch of frames too, and I'm just now got to the point to where I'm out of the new stuff. I still got some old stuff that I'm recycling, re-wax and stuff like that, but no more medium frames. I'm out of mediums.
Well, I bought 20 medium boxes last year. I think I used maybe half of them. I thought I was going to use them for honey supers the way things were going in the flows. It was about that time. But
right.
I was like, man, I shouldn't have bought all that. But then now, hard to get woodenware. And I'm glad I got all my extra boxes there because I'm starting to use the other half of that amount and everything. And it's in the investment in your business, and it's it's sitting there, but it's not costing you anything either.
Right. You already spent it. It's money spent.
Yeah, but you can't be constantly liquid. You got to have, you buy a piece of machinery or like say a extractor. Yes, how often you're using it? What, 2 weeks out of the year? And it sits the rest of the time, but you got to have it. You got to have it when you need it, and you can't depend, like you say, you never can depend on anybody else except for yourself. It's just like we had a tub grinder. We were depending on the other sawmill down the road, and we've been setting on our trash, as we call it. It's bark and things that falls off the logs and whatever. Stuff that you can't make firewood out of, and it won't make sawdust. It'll make mulch, though. We sat on a mountain, literally a pile. I mean, as big as an acre, probably, of this stuff. And we lucked out this year. My son found a tub grinder that was not abused, because them things get terribly abused. We put a little bit of money into some bearings and stuff, some TLC type parts. And now we got a tub grinder, and I don't have to worry about depending on somebody else. We got our own grinder. We can grind it. We ground everything up. My brother's jumping up and down. Where are we going to get rid of all this stuff? Well, now, spring is hit finally with the nice warm weather. And here comes one guy in. He bought 3 10-wheeler loads of it going out the door, and then today there was a bunch of them came in and got it. And then I have a truck that holds like about 10 yards, and I've sold, I don't know, 5 or 10 truckloads of that. So it's that, it's like we had 2 big piles. Now we're down to a half of a pile. So it's
Charlie,
solid.
I got a solution for your problem about buying an extractor and only getting to use it, 2 weeks a year, like you said, because a lot of us do that. The solution to that is buy an extractor is too small. Then you get to use it for a month every year. That's one approach.
Nah, it's like I
hope
told
James
Bob,
was listening to that.
That wasn't James's fault.
Yeah, I know, but I still got to rag him about it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as far as I know, he hasn't rectified that situation yet. So he's going to be in for more hurt this year.
He's still working on that. He got the irons in the fire to fix that problem.
Yeah, I hope that fire stays away from him out there, because you know he was talking about that building where that extractor machine is. Well, I mean, you know, there's a perfect piece of machinery in a building, and hopefully he could be able to maybe purchase that or whatever, and
Or use it.
hopefully
Yeah.
his hives won't get destroyed and things and all. But no, I mean, Bob, you're wanting to turn it, and it's like, in some things you just can't do it that way.
Well, part of the problem is you gotta strike while the iron's hot, and beekeeping season is this long, and the year is that long. So this is the time you got to make the money with that. The honey kind of sustains you the rest of the year,
right?
But the other stuff is like right now, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, go out there and sell the nukes or
shaking them
or
back
make
down,
queens, you know, in that time span and all that. But what I'm getting at is, you know, don't sit there and say, well, I need to get, you know, I need to turn around and pick up a box. I don't have the box. Well, you can't, you got to have the boxes sitting there ready to roll.
Well, I did at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But
it's just like frames. You need to
gone a little bit harder than planned.
No, yeah, you're doing good. You know, if things are doing better for you this year.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's one of those things, right? Like you said, it's a buildup. So every year you get a little bit more drawn comb, a little, you know, everything's growing a little bit more. And so I'm starting after 5 years to start getting that
momentum up.
Right. So
it's just like Brian talked about. You were going to a lot of different weekend shows and stuff and selling. And then after a while there, you kind of like called out all the shows that really didn't pay your money, you're worth your while type of shows. And then you honed in on the ones that really did the job for you. And it's like you can do less shows and make the same amount of money or more because of the quality of the show.
That experimental process is really important if you look at it as an educational process as well, but you've got to at some point dial it in. You've got to take that experience and then hone it. And I think Bob is still experimenting, and he still doesn't have that vision quite yet of this is what my beekeeping business is going to do for me. You're still trying out all these different things. Right. And I love that.
Well,
but for me,
you know, right about that. And I just wanted to comment that what you're saying, the challenge for all of us in that is that sometimes takes a lot of courage to then take those things that fit that goal and then take all of those other things, get those out of your life, right? Because they're not serving your goals and they may seem worthwhile.
Well, I did that with the queens, flipping queens. I stopped that. It's like, part of it was because they didn't have the queens, but I could still go get cells and raise those. But it's not, the time to money was not there. So like you guys said, why would you sell a queen when you can sell a nuke and make $200 and convert to $400? Absolutely right. So, Brad, you muted yourself.
I just had a comment to my wife. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. But it's so yeah, it's been a definite learning process. And do I know what that final picture looks like? No. Will I still?
You got to test out all the. You have to find out what that niche market is in your area, your backyard.
Well, the other thing is that all of it, first of all, was educational, right? Secondly, it's helped me get to where I am now. And not one of those things that I've done would have set my whole operation because of the size of my operation, right? So it took all of those things to make it work to this point. And at this point in the junk, in the venture, there's things that I definitely like to do more than others, right? So I don't particularly care to build frames and equipment, and that's not my thing.
Exactly. And we all do it. And almost every one of us says, I'm going to do beekeeping. Oh, I'm going to build all my boxes. And then we
For
do
the
that. And then we
first few
say, I'm
boxes,
not
right?
building no more boxes. But you get to find out the things you want to do. And I learned, over the period of the first maybe 2 seasons, I never want to build another box in my life. I hate building boxes. I'll build frames all day if I never have to build another box. I completely hate building boxes. So I build frames or get my wife to build frames. She does a lot of it.
Well, I mean, they comment on me. Well, you got a mill and everything, and you can build all your wood. I says,
Oh, gosh.
if I take the price of the box and my time, I says I can buy a box cheaper than I can fool with it. And I tell them, I says, after 5.5 days a week of messing with saws and whatever, it's like I don't want to hear those saws. I'm going to be quiet,
Yeah.
and like I for a while there I would buy knockdown boxes here and I would put them together, and I'm like,
Well, then I started trying to buy boxes that were pre-built, and then I got screwed on that deal because they didn't put them together correctly, and then now my boxes are all doing this, and so
Yeah, I've
now
got a really great manufacturer here, so I've got a huge advantage. And I never realized what a great advantage I had. They're super people to deal with. They're beautiful family, and good products, good prices. I love going out there because I get to talk to them and spend some time there. And I never realized, how really good I had it until I started hearing horror stories like James and Bob and other people trying to get equipment. It's like, holy cow.
it's shipping.
This,
Yeah, the
this,
shipping is just,
this is a
even if you get a
non-issue.
good deal on the equipment, by the time it's shipped to you, well, it's not a very good deal anymore.
yeah. But so anyway, I buy the boxes. I buy all the equipment. I know a lot of guys that like all about wooden frames, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy the Acorn. I don't have time to sit there in the wintertime, gluing and stapling, and it's like, no, just take it out of the box, put it in the box, and I'm done. And it works for me.
And this goes back to what Brad was saying earlier, is I see it a lot. Oh, my bees don't like plastic frames. Your bees don't give a shit about plastic, not plastic. You're putting it on plastic
Carpenter
foundation.
blaming the hammer is what that is.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather roll wax on every single frame as compared to build frames. I mean, it's just, I'm the same way. I'm just like, drop it in. I can do 72. I can roll wax on 72 frames in no time, and it'll be done. But that's just me. I'm not saying if somebody does it the other way that it's wrong. I'm just talking about me personally.
Yeah. And part of
It's like,
that works into our business model because we sell a few, we'll sell a few frames. So we're building them anyway. We're set up to build. We've got some good equipment. I bought some new staplers this year, and yeah, it's just something we do. We just do it for pastime. My wife will come out work in the shop with me, and I'm building pallets, and she'll stand there and build frames. And
my thing is, if you're going to build frames like that, of course I'm always looking at the production style. I like production and repetitive, and I'm thinking to myself, I would have a frame situation where you'd have the staplers like a machine, where you load the product in and it clamps it, bing, 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 and done.
Yeah. Phil the Bee Man, you see him on, he's over here too. He's got one of those he built. It's got 4 staplers. It's basically a piece of plywood. It's kind of not quite vertical, but it's kind of like that. And you just put all the frame parts in, and it's, what is it? Air operated. I guess he's got the triggers open, and then he can step on the air thing, and it'll shoot all the staples in.
Mhm.
At one time.
Now I will have to
Well,
say that
he does 2 and 2 or something like that.
I
He
will have to
does
say that you with wooden frames, I can see where the glue definitely is a factor in that.
glue.
As
Glue
far
is
as,
absolute king, in my opinion. But
yeah, you
on
gotta.
his thing, he was anxious to show me that. I was over there one day, and he says, "Come and see my, frame thing that I built." And so he showed me how it worked, and I kind of, did a, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi as he was doing it, and he made a couple of frames, and I looked at him, and I said, "Okay, but you're not building frames any faster than I'm building frames." But he made a good point from that comment. He said, "Yeah, but I got a guy who's, doesn't know how to build frames, and he can do it like this perfectly every time." Ah, okay, I get that, right? So
Now,
that
when you're
is
building
attraction.
frames, do you use a frame box? Where you put 10 of them in and put the
Yeah,
glue across and put all the bars and bang, 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 bang.
yeah, I do 10 at a time. Yeah, it's just as I don't know if it really speeds you up that much, to be honest. It just kind of uh, helps you not fumble as much. It gets you back into some kind of production system, and you can just do 10 things and then do 10 things and do 10 things. Um, build bottomless covers. Listen. Yeah.
The yeah, and again, it just depends on your time, right? What's Ian saying? You buy your equipment and build your bees. And
Yeah, his main point there is don't spend a whack of money on bees because they just die. Your equipment's an asset. You
right.
got to buy
Well,
your first
now,
few
yeah.
nukes or packages, but
Yeah, Joe there on Three Boys, he's talking about from the sawmill to the box. Well, the first thing is you got to have kiln dried lumber. You can't build that stuff out of green.
yeah, Ian was showing
No.
me his first boxes. He said they built 1,000 boxes and 10,000
Yeah,
frames
I heard that on that
when he
video.
started, and he said that it's tough to abandon those old boxes. They're terrible boxes, but he said it's really hard to let them go.
Well,
Yeah.
I've got some that I built my first season, and I realized standing all day out in the sun cutting wood was not what I wanted to do.
Hey, Mark
Mr.
Miller.
Miller.
Hey,
How
Mark.
y'all? How are y'all today?
Doing good.
Well, it is today now. It's not tonight because we're officially tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all are. It's Sunday
you it is.
already.
And my bees aren't here yet. At least I texted him, "Are you alive?" And he didn't answer me back, so he may not be. Are you alive? So I'm gonna mute you guys while you chat, and I'm gonna call to see where he's at.
All right. What's going on, Mark?
I just woke up from a nap, and I figured
Oh,
I come out here to the maternity award and check on my bugs, make sure they hatching out.
right on.
Yeah,
What did you see?
I got a few hatching. They're a little
So you got
early.
queens in your incubator?
Yeah. I tear off the cups,
So then what's the urgency that you use to get those in a mating nuke? Are you worried about those at all, or you just leave them all night in there?
No, I just leave them in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad, I had that one queen that did hatch, and it was last night. And I mean, I didn't wait till afternoon to put it in that hive. I just, come 8 o'clock, around 8. By the time I got out there, it was 8:15, 8:30, and let her walk on in. I'm done,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they can survive pretty darn good, I think,
Yeah. Yeah. That's like ours. The longest ours go is maybe 8-10 hours
Yeah.
after emergence in the incubator before they get taken out to the bee yard.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first thing, like Mark said there. I went to, she was up in that darn cocoon, with her butt hanging out. She
Yep.
was hungry, and she was eating, and I said, okay, well, I finally got her out of there, and I tore that thing off, and I have a little bear that's crystallized, and I took my finger and just kind of dabbed it on the hair roller cage in one of the little square areas at the bottom, and gave her something to eat, and they're hungry as soon as they come out. And actually I found it was better when you open the cap up where them little holes are, in the bottom end, to maybe dab a little bit of honey in there.
That's exactly what I do.
They seem to like to go to that end and eat it off the end more so than the actual round part of the cage. And I did that, and she was down there chomping away on that when I was getting ready to put her in the hive. So it worked out fine.
Good.
I wouldn't. Go ahead.
Still 20 minutes away. He said,
so how many do you have to come out, Mark?
What's that, Brad?
How many do you have that you expect to emerge over the next 12, 24 hours?
42.
42? Okay, that's quite a few.
I called Mark yesterday. I'm going to buy some of his queens from him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Today was my day off, and I put 10 supers together and got them painted one coat. Put on some tops. Got one coat on them. And like I said, today was my day off. Yeah. And
you head back on the road tomorrow night?
Yeah, midnight tomorrow. Let's see here.
Steve, he has issues, he says. 8 hours working the bee yard and then another 4 hours here later on this chat.
Steve, how many hives do you have that it took you 8 hours in the bee yard?
Yeah. I worked in the bees for about an hour today was all.
I wasn't out for 8 hours, but I was out there today between going to get the swarm and everything else I was doing. I like freebies.
I hear you.
Yeah. Well, like this morning, I went out there and checked the nukes real quick, and then I went back down at the mill, and different customers were coming in, and then lunch, and then.
Can you see her?
Well, come on closer,
Mark. I'll make you big. Yep.
There she is crawling around.
She's trying to go through that forest of hair on your arms.
Move your camera over to the left.
Whoops,
Mark.
she just fell. She just hatched out.
Mark's still asleep.
Just bring the bring her right over to the camera, Mark. There center. You got to get your off center. Yeah, the other way.
The camera's not in the middle of the phone. I do that all the time.
Keep on going towards you.
Further over
with her. There you go, right there. Whoop. Keep on going right there. There, that's a nice
towards
shot.
yourself.
That's
around you.
back more.
Yeah, there she goes.
She's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's.
See how easy it should be to mark right now?
There's 12 of them hatched out already. Which, in my opinion, is not good. I think they shouldn't hatch out till about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But
mine always start the day before.
Yeah, that night. You know,
it has a little to do with the temperature too. You raise temperature one in the incubator, and they'll come out early.
Yeah, and it's been really warm here. It's like 88 today, I think. And this thing tends to run a little warmer when it's warm outside.
Yeah.
So Mark, talk about the next week for that queen. What's this week gonna look like for that queen? What do you do with her?
Oh, tomorrow I'll be making candy up, and they'll go inside. Daisy Beezy. They'll go in them.
Okay.
After I get the candy made up, of course I'll mark them. When I do that, I'll mark them.
Okay.
And then tomorrow evening, probably about 1 o'clock, I'm gonna put birds or attendants in there with them. I'll go out and catch attendants, put in all of them.
Dennis said, "Had anyone know why a queen would emerge without wings?"
And once I get attendants in, Brian, then they're going to go into these boxes.
Yep.
Yeah.
With a sponge.
No wings.
Candy on one side, sponge on the other.
Okay.
And about a quarter cup of bees will go inside. They'll get duct taped, and then that'll go in a box with holes in it.
Yep.
And then it'll get shipped.
So that queen that hatched tonight gets shipped out Monday morning?
It'll go in the mail before 2:30 Monday evening.
Okay.
So they hatch out on Sunday or tonight, really. So you kind of got to stay on top of it so they don't die. They'll crawl up in them peanuts and die. And if you don't stay on top of it, you'll lose half of them.
Right.
So.
Okay.
That's the process. The trick is getting the candy made up right, or they'll bury their heads in that candy and die. If you get it too soft, you've got to get it right. That's the trick. Once you put attendants in there, it gets better. She's because they're taking care of her. She's not going to bury her head up in that candy near as bad. But you got to get the candy right because you're still keeping them in the incubator to keep them warm until Monday, right? So that heat will melt that candy if you don't get it right. You know. And once you get it right, you'll know. Well, I turned some virgins loose today and some nukes. I had 4 left, and they had been in there since Sunday of last week. So they've been in there a week. So that candy was right. It didn't melt. It'd been in the incubator. It was hard enough. It was right. So now I've got that down pat. I know usually I screw up the first time.
And you don't have a problem with queens that have been in the incubator that long before getting into a colony?
Absolutely not. No, they don't even inseminate her until they're 9 days old. They've got to mature, in order to inseminate. So when you buy artificially inseminated queen, she's been in that incubator for 9 days before she was inseminated.
You figure like the virgin I just put in. Well, she's going to stay in that high for at least 4 or 5 days just to harden up the exoskeleton. Her ovaries will develop. Her wings will dry and be able to fly and stuff like that. Then she goes out. So that's why I say I wrote on the dates on all those boxes, in no sense of even looking for her for 2 weeks for any evidence of her laying anything. Right. Because of all those different processes, happening and everything.
Now, Mark, Corey Stevens on his site has, I think it's on his blog page where he has the description of how to introduce that virgin queen to a colony. Do you use the exact same process? Do you use any variations?
No, I do exactly. Yeah. And the safest way is once you make your nuke up and the time is elapsed and you've went in there and destroyed what cells they've made, right? That's the key thing to it. You got to destroy the ones that are in there. All right, now they're absolutely hopelessly queenless after about 5 days. They don't have no 4-day-old. Okay, so once that's done, then introduce your virgin. And the safest way is just take the candy cage, put it in between the frames.
Okay.
That's the safest way. Now, if you want to just release her, you can. You can do that. But who's to say she ain't gonna fly off when you go to lay her down there on them frames, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So just if you want to just take that completely out of the equation, just put her in between the 2 frames, close the frames together, put the lid on it. They'll have her out in a couple of days. They'll take care of her.
So when you're aging out your frames of brood, you're doing it in a separate box, or you're doing it above a queen excluder?
When I'm aging out what, Brian?
The frames that you're making that nuke that she's going to go into?
Uh-huh.
Do you take them out, let them age out, and it's in like a nuke box, or can you do that above a queen excluder?
You can do it either way. I just put them in a nuke box this time of year. I just make up a nuke, basically, or mating box. If I want 2 frames of brood, and I'll just make it up. But make sure they got a frame of feed, frame of brood, couple of shakes of bees, whatever you want to make up. Or how strong you want to make it, Yeah. And just introduce her.
Now, my issue with letting them release her is, I just got all those queens from Jose, and, some I direct released and some I just pulled the tape off after a couple of days. And then I went back a week later, and they had released some of them, but some of them, they hadn't chewed out the candy completely at all, and she was still sitting there in the cage. So I had to end up direct releasing her anyway.
The trick is getting the candy right. That's the trick. I mean, and everybody's is different. Some's softer than others, some's harder than others, and your timing all depends on your candy.
Okay.
And how hard it is.
Okay.
So, if you got 3 days worth of candy in there, it's going to be pretty hard, Yeah. If you just got 2 days, it's going to be pretty soft.
Do you ever recommend poking a hole through it to just get it started?
If you've done been in there 2 days or whatever, go ahead and release them.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Check no later than 3rd day.
Yeah.
That she's out. If she's not out, let her out. She shouldn't stay in there. And that's, I always direct release, but I'm not keeping them caged for very long. They won't be caged for more than 10 hours after.
Now
so they're not going to fly anywhere. So it just avoids,
Now these are virgin queens, correct? What we're talking about, instead of mated. I mean, I've seen a lot of these guys. They get these mated queens. They'll tape that candy up. And they'll leave them in there for a week, before they open up the candy part. And I'm like, I've often heard
will
that,
they
the longer that
candy after that, or will they just direct release after that?
I don't know.
Because I could see that, like these nukes that I made today. We could go and put the cages in those hives tomorrow in the building, but I wouldn't open the plug for them to access the candy yet. And then after I move them out to the apiary, then once they get settled down in there, because I need to do a cell check on these yet too. I don't want them to be loyal to cells and kill my queen. And so I need to let them sit for a couple of days, let them start their cells, get rid of those, and then let them access the candy.
Right.
Same difference.
Yeah. I always try to put the cage in there so that I can see in the cage very easily, because I really hate messing with a hive that's had a queen introduced to it. But I want to check on the 3rd day to see if that queen is out. So I'd prefer to just kind of lift the lid and look in there and see if I can see in the cage. If there's no queen in the cage, then I just leave them alone. If there is, then I have to let her out.
That's why I like putting them right in between the top bars, just enough down there. That way they're easy to get to. I ain't got to open up frames. And
So do
I
you
just,
put them so that like the screen is up or something so you can actually see in it, or do you do anything like that?
yeah, I put the candy up.
Yeah.
You put it
The
up.
candy sides up, and they're just right in between the bars, just right, just
But
enough to
check.
put the lid on without mashing them.
So, well, I guess the candy up, then you can see if the candy's been eaten. Is that
Right,
the
right.
idea?
You
Okay.
can see
Yeah.
the candy.
And if
Yeah.
any dead attendants fall,
They're
that
gonna
they
be at the
don't block
bottom.
the
Yeah.
exit.
So I guess you can't necessarily see if the queen is in the cage, but you can see that the candy's gone.
I can see the candy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I mean, even if the candy, if there was bugs inside it, right? Because they're
Yeah.
gonna crawl in and out, in and
Oh
out,
yeah.
in and out
Oh yeah.
anyway, you know.
Yeah.
So I ain't messing around. I can tell whether the candy's there. Boom,
Right.
grab it, put it in my pocket, go to the next one.
Yeah.
You know.
I like that. I like that method.
Yeah. The candy
All right,
is the
now
key, really. I think.
here's my next question. So I was introducing mated queens to splits I made. You know, these, you make the splits, you make like 2 broods and a food, and then you go back and you cut back cells. Can you direct release a mated queen at that very moment when you know that you've cut those cells back and they've aged out? Or should you
Yeah.
give it a couple of days? Now I'm talking about mated queen right now.
Oh yeah, you definitely can. When you let that mated queen up there, they're gonna start loving her right away. And as long as they're loving her right away, let her go. If they're not,
Okay.
then wait.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Now-
what I did with those virgins today. I had them in them cages. I lay the cages on top of the hive, and I'd sit there and watch them and see whether they go up there and start, trying to feed her, because she'd have her tongue out through the hole, and they're, wanting to get fed and stuff, and I had one there that I didn't even put it on I set it up on another hive, and the bees were flying around. They smelt her. Man, there must have been 50 worker bees on top of that cage. Oh, this is a queen here. They were loving that one. I said, okay, well, she's got definitely a good pheromone that, is that they're liking.
And Mark, you recommend the same thing with the virgin queen at that point? If you cut back the queen cells and you know that they've aged out, you would, I guess you're not direct release.
I would candy release.
At that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the safest.
Okay.
If you can take her out, but what if she flies away?
Yeah.
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 And a lot of that's how long they've been in here, right? So if they've went through shipping, how many days old are they? They were capable of flying by then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as them being loyal, I've done a cell check immediately before direct release.
Right.
Not seen any problems at all. But I don't like to do it that way because to do a proper cell check, you need to shake the bees off the frames and make sure they're not hiding anything. But I don't like to do that just before I introduce a queen, because then the colony is all in disarray and they're all cranked up and scattered everywhere in a tizzy. So it's really difficult to then pull those frames and do a proper cell check. But I've done it. You just maybe take a little risk and be really careful. But in that context, I haven't had any trouble.
I think, well, mine were so darn new that, they just kind of walked out of the other bee. When I opened them up, I laid a cage on there and I watched them, and the other bees would go in there and check her out. And then finally she would walk out, and she just kind of walked down into the frames. And that was the end of that.
Yeah. If they're not real old, I don't know how old they'd have to be, but if they're not, I'd say within 24 hours after emergence, they're not likely to be flying away.
Right.
But like Mark says, you get shipping involved and everything, and you get a few more days, then that's a real because virgins, once they're
she's ready to
few
get
days
out of
old,
there.
boy, they quick. They are quick. They just really go.
Yeah, she's ready to get out of there. You pop that lid on that little cage, and she don't care about that hive down there. She just wants to get out and go.
Get away from you.
It's safer just to candy release.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like Brad said, if they're not 10 days old or 10 hours old, they're probably not going to fly. They probably can't fly yet, you know. So
And they don't even move very fast. Not like a virgin. You see a virgin in a you pull open a colony and you see that virgin on there, and
Zoom,
she
zoom,
is
zoom, zoom,
just
zoom, zoom.
running
yeah,
everywhere. But within the first 12 hours or so, she is not moving fast anywhere. She's brand new.
I think they run around in the hive, you know, and they're learning their hive at that point. That's what I think they're doing, and they're getting exercise. They're getting fed. They're growing, and they know that hive inside and out before they fly out. That's, it's usually a week later. So,
Sounds plausible for sure.
yeah, that's my
That's why I
take
love
on
these chats. That past 10 minutes just there. That's why I love these conversations, man.
it.
I'm not going to get that in any local bee club I'm in. These are the questions I have that those folks don't have the answers to.
I'm really surprised. It's really surprised that in all of the the everything I've seen, videos and reading things and talking to people and whatnot, the the few people who actually direct release or even candy release virgins into queenless nukes, it's very few. I started doing it. I thought I was the only one in the world doing it. Then I heard Corey doing it, and now I know Mark does it.
Yeah, it's easier, really. I mean,
super easy.
Yeah, it's according to what you want to do.
I think one of the two of the greatest things about it is I like to mark them out of the incubators. They're super.
I just started marking mine, Brad, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's so easy, and
it's taking less time in the field now.
Yeah,
when I go to catch queens, I don't have to fool with marking them.
And as far as the difference between putting a cell into that mating nuke is, you never deal with a cell that didn't emerge.
Right.
You get a cell that didn't emerge, and so now you get a queenless nuke that's been maybe queenless a little too long, or pushing it or something. So, yeah, it's such a great method, I feel. So
yeah, I get to inspect them when I'm marking them. I put them under that magnifying glass, and I can make sure they have the antennas and all their legs, and mark them, and they're good. And I know what's going out there instead of a dud cell.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So you're examining their wings. What else are you examining?
Everything. Just a quick view. Yeah.
So what are things that look wrong? Talk about things you've seen and you've been like, that's not right.
Well, then if it don't look right, she gets squished.
Could be missed a leg or antenna or leg or something sometimes, and then the bees won't accept them. They'll let them lay for a little bit, and then they'll get rid of her.
Yeah.
Want an upgrade?
Yeah. Just it's just basically helps your odds out instead of putting dud cells out there, right?
Yeah.
And two, like if you have some that hatch real early, well, they're probably not going to be very good if they hatched out real early. They were probably larva was a little old when you grafted it or something.
Right.
You probably don't want that one.
Okay.
And then you start learning your timing. After you've done it for a little while, you start learning. You know when they're going to start hatching. You pretty much know just exactly. Oh, and that's just tricks that you learn really after you get to hatching them out.
Well, guys, I'm going to head out. It's 12:30 here, so we'll see y'all the next time.
Charlie, take care, buddy.
Charlie.
All right, we'll see you.
Good talk, Charlie. Bob, did your people get here yet?
No. he said he was about 20 minutes out when I talked to him before I ate my Chinese food and all that. So now he's talking about just dropping his trailer and going to get a room and then coming back in the morning to unpack them. So
Bringing bees at almost 1 o'clock.
it's coming up from Florida.
Yikes. Is it hot?
61 degrees right now.
Okay. Not hot.
No, and it will be hot tomorrow, 80 something degrees.
It's about 51 F here right now.
So it's not that. I mean, it's only 10 degrees warmer here.
Yeah, and it's not. It's been nice. It was 17 C today, which is
So
probably
we've had
about 65.
discussion today about how a milder than normal time of the year for us down here. So we're curious how that's going to affect the overall bee situation, because like with plants kind of delayed bloom, it's going to extend it, but then when it ends, it'll be a longer dearth. Is kind of what they were talking about, I guess, down in Alabama this evening, was how the warm stuff made it bloom early, and then now some of the stuff is kind of staggering in, but then once, like in Alabama, once their tallow hits, it only blooms for a few weeks and then it's done, and then they don't have anything. So they're worried about having a longer dearth than they would normally have before a fall flow because of the way the weather's been. So I'm curious to see how the milder than normal temperatures that we're having now, like especially at night, is going to affect, because we get this heat wave that turns everything brown, right? It burns everything, just wilts and dies. And we haven't had that yet. It's just kind of everything's blooming and going good right now. So I'm kind of happy with the weather, and don't know if it's going to end up affecting us for better or for worse this year.
From what I've seen so far, Bob, the nectar flow is just not that great. Pretty much everywhere's going to see that. I think what we're seeing is a roller coaster. It's just up and down, and the nectar flow, it may flow today, but then it may not flow for 2 more days because it's turned off cool or rained or whatever, you know. And then the day after it rains, if it would jump up to 80 degrees, yeah, the nectar will flow, but that's not what's happening, you know, staying cool.
Right.
So that affects the nectar flow big time.
Well, hopefully, I mean, right now I'm getting a lot of, like, the dandelions are finally popping everywhere, and the ragwort is popping everywhere. And we still have some, what is that damn tree I've got in my yard with the little white balls on it?
Snowball bush?
No, it's it's the one that everybody's saying is blooming, and I can't ever remember the name of it. Let me see. I can go to my phone and tell me, though.
Well, I'm fixing to plant some sunflowers.
Let's see. It is, here we go. Touch to identify flower. The Japanese privet.
Yeah.
So I've got those trees are blooming. So
Brian, you got a kitty cat too?
my bees are pretty busy at the moment.
Yeah, we got 4 cats, Mark. I had to take off my hoodie because my cat was overheating me. It's one of those fat cats that just keeps you warm, you know. So
yeah, we got 4 of them too, Brian.
Yeah,
I'm I'm cat poor.
Well, guys, it's been 5 hours and 8 minutes now.
Is that a record now?
No, 6 hours and something is the record
Oh.
now. But well, I ain't gonna break it tonight because I got to get outside. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna end the stream. You guys feel
All right.
free to sit back and chat if you want to, and
Hey, everybody.
we'll talk to you guys later. Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Night,
Night.
guys.